Ah, yes, you spent the entire weekend just sitting here in chat waiting for the chat to start? Yeah, I don't blame you. I'm pretty fucking fantastic. Definitely worth waiting around for. For a good 72 hours. Mm-hmm. Good evening, Casey. People and stuff and things and stuff. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Good. Stuff and things happen, guys. I went camping. Yeah, I was alright. Hung out with the fam, ate some food. Sat at the waterfront. Usual stuff. R&R. Mm-hmm. I was debating on not streaming tonight because I kind of feel kind of weird, but yeah, it's pretty good. That's what happens when your sleep schedule and just stuff gets thrown completely off. No. That'll happen. Normally go to bed at like 8 in the morning, instead was waking up at 12 or 10 and going to bed at like 2. That'll happen. Still not as bad as it was before when I used to stream during degenerate hours, so things could be worse. Degenerate hour really fucks up your sleep schedule. If you actually want to have a normal life, that is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, things are alright. Took some time. We're gonna take a look at the tubes, guys, tonight before we get into games. Thread damage repair, obviously gonna look at that, because Project Farm is fantastic. Oh, Norway got insanely rich. Interesting. Trains, except for the trains in there. You must be talking about metro. So, like, intercity travel. Not or not even national travel. Interstate. Mind Flayer explained. Oh my god, he's gonna explain everything. Good for him. North America's worst theme park. I think this is, yeah. BSF is kind of like B1M, or actually kind of like Proper People where they, not B1M, like Proper People where they explore abandoned buildings. So it's probably an abandoned theme park. So it'll be interesting to look at, but I Miss Marvel flopped. If I remember right, this, yeah, it's a podcast. So I'm not interested in that. The OG Pog? I don't know. I don't think you can use OG Pog. I think Twitch would just cancel you, like Twitch TV, not the audience, but Twitch themselves would cancel you. I'm pretty sure it's on Better TV, but I wouldn't turn it on. It's like playing with fire. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Create a new ecosystem? But how's everyone doing? You guys having a good night? I'm very lethargic right now, too. I had a boatload of caffeine today, and I still don't feel quite right. I just made coffee, but it's decaf, because I already had another cup of coffee earlier tonight. Vending machine that sells stolen cars. Yeah? Or Love and Thunder. I heard that's absolutely fucking terrible. Another Phase 4 movie that's just horrible. Marvel Phase 4, which is basically all the new franchises, are just absolutely horrid. Absolutely fucking terrible. Like, comics don't have much going for them in the first place, but then they replace, like, the reputable cast and characters and things that people love with just, like, cardboard cutout political grandstanding. Absolutely horrible. And most people are figuring that out. Not so much the grandstanding as much as just it's not fun and interesting. It's not a good entertainment experience. Mainly because you're getting throttled with propaganda. Basically, political grandstanding. Doesn't matter which side it's from. Basically, people are trying to shove ideological beliefs down your throat without your consent. Mm-hmm. Did he do something? Yeah, he was, what did he get canceled for? I think it was because he was supporting Trump or something like that. I'm pretty sure it was because he was supporting Trump. And Twitch just got rid of him.
Like stripped out threads that cause a delay
of
the project. The question is, which process of repairing those stripped out threads is the best? Let's get the testing underway and see which process is the best. In the first test, we'll measure the maximum torque load for each thread repair brand. Then we'll see which brand offers the most holding strength. For the testing, we'll be using some 1/2" by 2" aluminum flat stock. I'm gonna go ahead and drill and tap this 1/2" aluminum stock with a 17/64 drill bit, and then we'll tap it for 8mm threads. To get the tap started straight, I went ahead and installed the tap in the drill press. Once it's started, I'll remove it from the drill press and we'll continue tapping the hole. Aluminum is pretty soft and the use of cutting oil isn't necessary for just one hole. However, I'll be tapping quite a few holes, so I'll go ahead and use some cutting oil. Okay, the bolt threaded in very nicely. Alright, I'm gonna get busy and make 47 more test pieces. For the test pieces, I'll first drill 47 holes using a 17/64 drill bit, and then I'll tap the threads for each test piece. All the test pieces have been drilled and tapped. So let's go ahead and strip out all 48 test pieces one at a time. Let's see how much torque it takes to strip out the threads. 347 inch-pounds. Okay, let's test this again. This time, 305 inch-pounds. So for our control, an 8mm bolt with a 1.25 thread pitch is stripping out at 300 to 350 inch-pounds. This test piece is completely stripped out. So let's see how much torque it takes to rotate the bolt 360 degrees. Okay, 0 inch-pounds. This is completely stripped out. All right, all 48 test pieces are properly stripped out. All the test pieces have been cleaned with brake parts cleaner. Obviously, the experience level of viewers varies quite a bit, so one question you might ask is, well, how does a bolt get stripped out? One very common way is what I just demonstrated by over-tightening a bolt. Another common cause is corrosion. When corrosion forms, just removing the bolt can cause a lot of damage to the threads. Cross-threading a bolt occurs when the threads of the bolt are not properly aligned with the threads on the workpiece. That causes a lot of damage to the threads. The least expensive repair process that I've come across
makes it almost unusable
is just using a piece of copper wire. This definitely isn't a proper repair, but it could work as a temporary fix. The first step is to strip away the insulation from the copper wire. Then remove about an inch of the copper wire. Just place the copper wire into an area with damaged threads and begin tightening the bolt. If it doesn't become snug, you might have to add more copper wire. Copper is softer than aluminum and steel, and it fills the void left behind from the damaged threads. It's definitely a lot better now than it was before. At a price of $6.48,
I didn't know about that.
Loctite thread locker, the Red 271. It claims to be permanent, heavy duty.
Ah,
It only takes
that's
10
pretty cool.
minutes. The Loctite is made in USA.
Loctite's almost
thread
universal.
locker, not a thread repair product, but if the bolt is going to a bracket or some type of fixture that doesn't require a lot of clamp load, why not just use red thread locker to hold it in position? JB Weld typically costs around $5 to $6, but this is the pro size container and it's only $14, so why not just use JB Weld for some thread repair? It claims to have the world's strongest bond, 5,020 PSI. It fully cures in 15 to 24 hours. Steel
JB Weld is
reinforced
fantastic.
epoxy. The JB Weld is made in USA. Squeeze equal parts from each tube onto disposable surface and mix thoroughly. Apply with appropriate tool in an even coat. Sets in 4 to 6 hours, cures in 15 to 24 hours. Allow 4 to 6 hours before handling and 15 hours before putting object back to use. Okay, the JB Weld is fully cured, so let's go ahead and drill and tap this, and then we can go ahead and install the bolts. If you're using copper or Loctite, you don't need to know the thread pitch. However, for most thread repair kits, you will need to know the right bolt size as well as the thread pitch. You can find a thread pitch tool like this one at most auto parts or hardware stores. The threads are not properly aligned with the tool, so let's try a different thread pitch. The tool is now fitting nicely, so 1.25 is the proper thread pitch. The bolt's not exactly 8 millimeters, but it's very close. Since we're using an 8 millimeter tap with a 1.25 thread pitch, we need to figure out what size of twist drill to use. There are lots of online charts that you can access for free, and we need a 17/64 twist drill. Let's go ahead and tap new JB Weld threads into the test piece. The JB Weld actually looks pretty good. The bolt is threading into the new JB Welded threads nicely. At a price of only $20 is this HHIP thread repair kit. It's designed
So
specifically
JB
for
Weld's
8
basically like
millimeter
epoxy. It's
with
much,
a
it's
1.25
very strong.
thread
I don't know if it'd be
pitch.
much
The kit
stronger.
does
There's a
not
lot of
come with
different types of
instructions, but it does
epoxy.
come with
I think
everything needed
JP
to make
Weld
the
even might be an
repair except for a
epoxy.
drill. Twist drill bit, 8 millimeter tap, the tool used to install the thread repair insert, and the punch which is used to remove the little metal tab.
I'll get my coffee, guys. 1 second. Hope I don't regret not having more caffeine, guys.
The kit comes with 25 repair inserts. HHIP is made in China. The first step is to drill out the damaged threads using the twist drill that came with the HHIP kit. Step 2 is to use the tap that came with the kit to cut the new threads for the insert. Step 3 is to use the insert tool to drive the thread repair kit insert into the test piece. Now that the insert's in place, we need to use the punch in order to break off the metal tab on the insert. Okay, the repair is finished and the bolt is fitting nicely. At a price of $25.
Someone's complaining banned without reason. Someone just said create a new account and turn on family sharing, and voila. Like create a new Steam account? Pretty broken. You talking about Dead by Daylight?
$5, you can buy the actual name brand, the Helicoil brand thread repair kit. Stanley engineered fastening, tools made in USA and China. The Helicoil kit includes a tap. It also includes a repair insert tool. And the kit also includes 10 repair inserts. If you plan to use a Helicoil kit, you're going to need
That means it doesn't even ban based on your Steam
The
ID?
Helicoil brand comes with a very nice set of instructions. The first thing you have to do is drill out the damaged threads. Unfortunately, the Helicoil brand does not come with a drill bit, so you'll need the right drill bit for the repair. Stamped right on the Helicoil tap, it says use a 21/64 drill. The second step is the tap. The third step is to install the thread insert. Top of the insert must be a quarter to half a turn below the top surface. After you've got the thread insert installed, go ahead and use the punch of the rod to break the tang at the notch at the bottom of the coil. The punch of the rod has to have a square end. The repair is finished and the bolt fits nicely. If you don't have access to a lot of tools, why not just use this Loctite PC3967 strip thread repair kit? Now, the nice thing about this kit is it can be used with just about any size fastener, not just a specific size like the other brands. However, there are some temperature limitations from -65 to up to 300 degrees Fahrenheit, 350 degrees intermittent. It works with most metals, including aluminum,
Do you have a
iron,
link to the
steel,
thread?
brass, magnesium, and copper. The Loctite thread repair kit is made in USA. Strip thread release agent, 2-part epoxy system, and it comes with a spatula. Clean the surface to be repaired. Surface should be at room temperature. Shake the release agent well. Using brush and cap top, apply a thin, even coating of release agent directly onto the entire surface of the bolt or screw. If the female component is a through hole, place tape on the end to contain the Loctite PC3967 compound. Depress plungers and dispense equal parts of both number 1 and number 2 materials onto a clean surface. Mix the epoxy together until uniform in color. Fill the female component with the mixed repair material. Working time is 3 to 5 minutes before gel at 72 degrees Fahrenheit. Thread coated fastener into compound, wait 5 to 10 minutes and remove fastener. Allow compound to cure for 30 minutes before use. It's been right at 10 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and remove the bolt and take a look at the threads. The product definitely seems to have done a good job forming the threads. Some viewers have suggested that the EasyLock system is actually better than the helicoil system, but it is pretty expensive at $60. Inserts made in USA, tools made in China. The kit includes 10 inserts,
I mean, there's only one
13
post in that.
30 twist drill, 12mm tap. The driver has a couple of notches to secure the insert.
Yeah,
Simple
my brother was
1-2-3
playing and he
installation.
installed some
Drill
bad
hole with
things,
included
yeah.
drill. Tap the hole
I don't
with
know what
included
happened,
tap.
it just got
Thread
banned.
insert in place with the
Yeah.
included driver. I really like the way the EasyLock thread insert is seated into the test piece. The EasyLock offers a very nice fit. And the most expensive repair kit we'll be testing costs $100 and is made by TimeCert. The TimeCert brand is made in USA. The TimeCert comes with 5 inserts. The TimeCert comes with the drill, the counterbalance tool, tap. This is the driver for the
So
insert.
if you get the
first
inserts,
step
the
is to
inserts
drill
are
off the
basically
old threads,
printing
keeping
money.
the drill
You
square
have to
to
buy
the
new ones
surface
in
of
the
hole.
future, which are
The
going to be
next step is
expensive.
to tap new threads with the full depth of the hole. Then you use the counterbore. When counterboring, use light down pressure with slow to medium speed. Counterbore the hole to the full depth permitted by the tool. One really nice feature about the TimeCert is that it has a flange on top of the insert, which keeps the insert locked into place and from moving down into the hole. Also, the TimeCert is self-locking. Oil threads of the driver tool. While screwing the driver through the insert, the driver will start to tighten up as it expands the bottom few threads of the insert. Continue until the driver tool loosens up. Remove driver, repair is complete. I really like the self-locking design of the TimeCert. It definitely seems to be a great choice for a part that experiences frequent use, such as an oil drain plug. Several products require a cure time, and it's been right at 36 hours, so all the products
It basically
should be ready for
replaces like the
testing.
entire
It
sleeve.
takes between 300 and 350 inch-pounds of torque to cause the aluminum threads to strip out. So let's see how the copper thread repair holds up. I'll keep tightening the bolt until the repair fails or the bolt breaks. Unfortunately, the copper didn't work out too well. 0 inch-pounds on the first sample. The second sample actually did better at 72 inch-pounds, but that's still not too impressive. The third copper repair didn't work out too well either at 0 inch-pounds. Let's see if the Loctite red thread locker performs any better than the copper repair. 138 inch-pounds on the first test piece. The second thread locker repair held up even better at 185 inch-pounds.
Oh.
The third test piece was down quite a bit to 97. So there was quite a bit of variance with the Loctite high-strength thread locker.
Interesting.
Testing JB Weld. JB Weld did fairly well on the first test piece at 148 inch-pounds. It actually did quite a bit better in the second test piece at 372 inch-pounds. It was down to 98 inch-pounds on the third sample. So the results with JB Weld varied quite a bit. Testing HHIP, and the HHIP isn't giving up like the others. And the bolt finally snapped at 576 inch-pounds. So HHIP is stronger than the control. It takes between 300 and 350 inch-pounds of torque to cause the aluminum threads to strip out. And the bolt on the second test piece broke at 507 inch-pounds. And the third test piece did nearly as well as the second at 500 inch-pounds. So the HHIP thread insert actually provided a stronger set of threads than the original aluminum threads.
Very
Let's test the
interesting.
helicoil brand next. And the first bolt broke at 493 inch-pounds. The second bolt performed nearly the same at 483 inch-pounds. And the third helicoil repaired test piece broke at 442 inch-pounds. So both the HHIP and the helicoil repaired threads are a lot stronger than the original aluminum threads, and the repaired threads outlasted the bolts on all of the test pieces. Testing the Loctite epoxy
good.
strip thread repair product next. And the Loctite repaired thread stripped out at 139 inch-pounds on the first test piece. On the second test piece, the threads let go at 83 inch-pounds. The The third test piece did
That's
the
worse
best
than the
at
red Loctite,
177.
which wasn't even
So
made
the
for
thread
that.
stripped out in all 3 test pieces. Let's test the Easy Lock next. And the bolt really held on for a long time and finally broke at 706 inch-pounds. The second test piece did even better with the bolt finally breaking at 712
Use some stronger bolts.
inch-pounds.
And they do
third
make
one did
stronger
slightly
bolts,
better
by the way.
at 717 inch-pounds. So very consistent results for Easy Lock. Testing the time cert. And the bolt finally snapped at 571 inch-pounds on the first test piece. The bolt broke on the second test piece at 492 inch-pounds. The time cert outlasted the bolt on a third test piece with the bolt breaking at 461 inch-pounds. So all 4 thread repair kits that use metal inserts, the Easy Lock, HHIP, time cert, and helicoil proved to be stronger than the bolt. JB Weld Original averaged 206 inch-pounds before the threads let
If you're
go.
looking for bare minimum,
Let's see what the
helicoil is
thread load
just
for this test
looking
piece,
pretty
which has
good right
aluminum
now.
threads.
Because that's
This is
basically
a
all it
pretty
needs
simple
is you just
setup
have to
with 2
exceed
hydraulic rings placed
the
between
working
2
material.
really thick pieces of steel. On
Which
the
kind of
other
makes you
end of
wonder
this
if you should have
hydraulic
tested
line is a
something
hydraulic
stronger.
pump. I'll keep adding pressure until you reach the failure load. If you plan to use a thread repair kit for a cylinder head or a part that experiences heavy loads, this next test will provide some great information. Fortunately, the bolt broke and it didn't strip out at about 1,000 psi. Let's see how close copper can come to 1,000 psi. Unfortunately, the repaired threads on a test piece began slipping at 0 psi, and the threads on the second test piece also let go before the pressure moved past 0. And the needle barely moved past 0 psi on a third test piece. And the Loctite red thread locker performed much better than the copper at 150 psi on the first test piece. The second test piece performed nearly as well as the first one at 140 psi. And the Loctite gave up very close to 130 psi on the third test piece. So pretty consistent results for the Loctite. And JB Weld did better than Loctite thread locker on the first test piece at 160 psi. And JB Weld did quite a bit better on the second test piece at 425 psi.
Ooh.
And the JB Weld threads let go at 160 psi on the third test piece.
Like random.
HHIP. And the repaired threads are refusing
Wonder
to
if there's a
let
way
go.
to
At
improve
1,000
that,
PSI, the
like
bolt is stretching and
technique-wise.
finally let go. As you can see, the HHIP outheld the bolt. On the second test piece, the bolt began stretching at 950 psi before it finally let loose. On the third test piece, the bolt began stretching at 1,050 psi, so the HHIP thread repair outlasted the bolt 3 out of 3 times. Even after the bolt breaking in the test piece, the thread repair still looks to be in great shape. Testing helicoil. Just like the HHIP, the helicoil refused to give up, and the bolt began stretching at 1,175 psi before it finally let go. And the bolt began
If the bolts
stretching
are
on the
breaking,
second
that would
test piece
mean
at
that the test kind of is a
1,025
wash
PSI
above a
before
certain
the bolt
pressure.
snapped. Once again, the
Anything with
helicoil
torque?
did very well in the third test
Because it
piece,
come
and
down
the
to the
bolt finally
strength of the
broke
bolt.
at 1,000 psi. The helicoil thread repair still looks as good as new. Testing the Loctite thread repair epoxy. And the Loctite threads gave up at 160 psi on the first test piece. And it didn't do quite as well in the second test piece at only 110 psi. And the third test piece only made it to 75 psi before the threads let go. So about 115 psi on average for the Loctite. Testing Easy Lock. And the Easy Lock easily outlasted the bolt at 1,000 psi before the bolt finally snapped. And the second test piece did just as well at 1,050 psi before the bolt let go. And the third test piece made it to 1,100 psi before the bolt finally threw in the towel. The Easy Lock thread repair is still in great condition.
Nice.
Testing the time cert. And the time cert repair easily outlasted the bolt before making the bolt a projectile at 1,100 psi. On the second test piece, the bolt launched at 1,075. And the third test piece finally let go at 1,025 psi. The time cert thread repair is still looking great. So all of the metal thread insert kits performed very well, outlasting the bolt 3 out of 3 times. For the other options tested, JB Weld did the best at 248 psi on average.
Helicoil is looking
Let's see
pretty
which
good.
brand resists corrosion the best using this highly corrosive hydrogen peroxide.
Probably not
vinegar
helicoil.
salt mix. It's been right at 24 hours, so let's check in and see how each one of these brands performed. And the helicoil seems to have held up the best without any visible signs
Okay.
of corrosion. And the HHIP
I guess it's
seems to have
completely
come in second
stainless.
Place, but it did fairly well with just a
That's
small
good.
amount of corrosion. The Easy Lock and the Time Cert have a little bit more corrosion than the other 2 brands, and they seem to be about the same. When
They look
choosing
like
a
they're
thread
powder-coated.
insert repair kit, one factor to consider is the size of the insert itself. The helicoil and the HHIP may stretch a little when inserted, but it's around 10 millimeters. The Time Cert has a slightly smaller diameter at 9.47. The Easy Lock has by far the largest diameter at almost 12 millimeters. I'm really impressed with all the metal thread insert repair kits. They all outperformed the original.
You wouldn't think they would.
threads. So the question is, which brand should you select for a repair? There's several factors to consider: corrosion resistance, the size of the thread insert, and the price that you're willing to spend to have the threads repaired. All the videos in this channel are viewer suggested. If you have a video
Ooh,
idea,
he's not
I hope
even
you
making
take
a
time to leave
recommendation.
comment. Thanks so much for watching. Please take care, and I look forward to next
Up
time.
to you. But basically all the metal inserts basically performed well, so generally comes down to price. It's basically, and it, I mean, the helicoil was cheap, and it also was like rust resistant. It's pretty good for a vehicle. Something you're looking for, guys, and you don't even know it until it fails because you're like, shit, man, I really wish I got one that was resistant to rust. Quickly, so this is a thread that KSA was referencing. It's just a random guy that says, "Oh, I got banned," and this guy down here says, "Create a new account, then turn on family sharing on Steam." Family sharing allows family members to share games while keeping their accounts separate. Family and guests can play one another's games while earning their own Steam achievements and save their own game progress to the Steam cloud. It works by granting family members access to games on a shared computer. By the way, this is a pretty big thing, and I could understand it actually working. Like, surprisingly, someone at a BHVR probably turned it on and then didn't tell their devs that it was on, and they don't actually, like, there's one department that doesn't really, like, their anti-cheat department doesn't know that this is on and bypassing their shit. I would actually think this might actually be a legitimate workaround, a legitimate exploit. I should tweet that at HVR. I don't know if it'll do anything, but it might actually be a legitimate cheat. Let's see. And without reason. Why? Long story short, I got banned. Another guy that said they got banned, and then he contacted Easy Anti-Cheat, which told him he didn't get banned. Huh. Which, by the way, if they do a subjective ban, so someone might have observed him. Assumedly, we're gonna assume that BHVR can observe matches because that very, very basic level anti-cheat right there is if you can get like a coach or someone, basically an outside observer that gets to watch a ref, not a coach, a ref that could watch the outside match and then see if people are doing some weird shit with their dev tools on, like how fast they're moving or whatever, right? Stuff that I basically wanted to make for my own anti-cheat. Well, it's not really an anti-cheat, observer system, right? Yeah. And then they just used the excuse that Easy Anti-Cheat banned him, when in this case the guy actually went and verified that Easy Anti-Cheat didn't ban him, but he might have been subjectively banned by one of the devs after watching him. Now what is looking for? July 8th. Oh, so this is another guy that got banned on July 8th. That's weird. There's another ban post here. I guess maybe that means they're doing something right now. Interesting. Past week. I guess I gotta type in the fucking link. I can't even find it with the post search. IRSQ banned without reason. Mm-hmm. It's not obviously not something I can verify. They'd have to verify it themselves. Well, it depends. It really depends. Like, I don't even know if how well deployed Easy Anti-Cheat is. I mean, ideally, it should ban them based on their hardware with Easy Anti-Cheat, but maybe there's something weird going on here, where it bans the account and not the hardware. I don't even know if DBD hardware bans. DHVR hardware IP bans people. I know that I did deserve to lose 2.5 hours of progress for that offense. 2,500 hours or 2.5 hours? A fresh account that got banned within an hour. I know other games hardware ID ban. I don't know if DBD does. Well, stuff I can't look at and show you guys on stream. It looks like they hardware banned, but there's ID spoofers, so. Which is one of the problems with any game that hardware ID bans. So, yes, but it doesn't really matter, so. I think the end result here is you probably could actually use Steam Family Sharing and then use a hardware ID spoofer and also EAC bypass. And you could basically use Family Share. So the account doesn't actually get banned, or you still have access to the stuff, but you can unban it, basically. That's kind of weird. So they are hardware ID banned, but they can, like, they don't have to buy the games over again. They use a new account and family sharing with... Huh. This might get complicated. I don't know if I can make a tweet on this. So this is a little bit different. So you can't just use family sharing, but what family sharing would probably allow you to do, I'm not seeing proof on that, but would probably allow you to do is to not have to buy the games again. But you'd still have to basically unban your account. I guess is the equivalent is unban your account with a new account and ID spoofing and bypass. So Used to hide his hardware ID, so start where go. Yeah. I mean, I've known about ID spoofers for a while, but so my guess is what's happening here is the guy's still banned, but it basically just means that he won't have to rebuy all of his shit. Like the DLCs in the game itself. So this might be a way of getting around the game. Buying the game. Yeah, I don't know. That would actually require verification, which I wouldn't go out of my way to do. So, this is possible. However, would need to be verified, and I can't verify it, so I wouldn't want to. I'm not going to tweet that. Like I'd have to get banned and then try to unban myself using the specific method I just talked about. Okay. Which I'm not going to do. What else do we have going on here, guys? We had the, was it BSF video? In 20 minutes. Maybe I want to save this. I want to take a look at that, though. There's some pretty cool amusement park footage. Oh. 1970s flying camper. Nice. Was it ever made? Doesn't look like it was. Footage, just popular mechanics. Popular mechanics used to be pretty cool back before the internet was a big deal. You'll find all the neat shit. Actually kind of interesting. Let's take a look at this. I'm curious.
In September 1977, readers of the science and technology magazine Popular Mechanics would have found a captivating illustration on that month's front cover. Flying campers. Go where you've never been before. It was a promise of freedom like no other. A fitted kitchen for cooking up the fresh fish little Timmy is catching out on deck, a TV for evening entertainment, a fully furnished home in the sky that could take you and the family anywhere and everywhere. It's fair to say, though, that popular science magazines were known for presenting fanciful and outlandish technologies that had little chance of becoming anything close to reality. But this flying recreational vehicle was 100% real, and little did I know when I started researching this project that I'd discover not only the fascinating history of these unique heli-homes, but also track down the man who made them. This is the story of the heli-home.
Ooh. Born to fail.
Before we dive further into the fascinating history of the heli-home, however, I wanted to tell you that today's video is sponsored by Blinkist.
No, it's not.
Blinkist is an app.
No, it's not. Fuck off. No, it's not. I don't care. No, it's not. Okay.
Every spring it comes, that urge to roam. And spring is waiting for you right now at your Winnebago dealer's 73 Spring Rally.
Winnebago Spring Rally. The Winnebago company was the brainchild of John Hanson, who had pioneered the efficient assembly of these boxy, coach-built homes on wheels. By 1961, Winnebago controlled almost 70% of the RV market, soon becoming the ubiquitous generic brand name of the recreational vehicle. When you think RV, you think Winnebago.
Not sure anymore, but
Except
it's a Winnebago!
1986 Fleetwood Bounder. Inside the various Winnebago models were all the creature comforts a 1970s traveller could want. A fully functioning stovetop, comfortable seating and beds for all the family, lots of smooth veneer wood panelling, unnervingly visible toilets, and just so much shag carpeting. Even with the oil crisis and the shaky economy of the late 1970s, RVs were still incredibly popular around the United States, and the Winnebago company was looking
They're
for
like
something
shitty
as a
homes that sell for the same
promotional
price as
tool and
homes. Like
product
if you get an
that could
RV, they're
draw
very
customers into their
expensive, like
lots
house
and
price
also be
expensive.
marketed at more high-paying vacationers looking for something above and beyond your typical recreational vehicle. Something special, something more adventurous, something like a decommissioned US military helicopter. It just so happened that by the 1970s, the US Army was in the process of selling off many of its former fleet of Sikorsky S-58 or Choctaw helicopters. Robust, reliable and simple compared to other helicopters of the time, they had seen extensive service, especially with the US Marines in Vietnam, where they had acted as transport, utility and even early helicopter gunships, outfitted with machine gun positions and rocket pods. They were also surprisingly spacious for their size. The aircraft's radial engine, one of the things that made them so reliable and simple to maintain, also meant the cockpit was located above the main cabin. This odd-looking shape made them less aerodynamic, but provided ample room in the passenger cabin, giving her the ability to carry 12 to 16 occupants, or 8 stretchers when used for medical evacuations. It's also probably one of the reasons that the S-58 was chosen as Marine One, outfitted with a spacious and comfortable interior benefiting the transportation of the President of the United States. But just how do you turn a decommissioned, no-frills military helicopter designed with comfort as the final thought into a lavish flying RV fit with all the comforts
Just you
of
watch.
home?
You got it. Make it a YouTube series.
Is that Fred?
Hey, how are you?
This is Fred Clark, and while the story of the heli home is often told today as an invention of Winnebago, it was in fact Fred and his company Orlando Helicopter Airways who created the initial idea of the flying campervan in the 1970s. After a lot of research and emailing, I amazingly found Fred, and I was able to give him a call at his home in Florida. To quote Winnebago's sales brochure, the heli home is inspected down to the last rivet and wire and remanufactured by Orlando Helicopter Airways Incorporated, one of the nation's oldest and most established helicopter operations and rebuilding firms.
That's basically what we did. We buy surplus military S-55 and S-58 helicopters. We operate them, we build them, rebuild them, used them for various jobs.
Use voice modification just to make it sound jarring.
Sikorsky was about the only thing I could think of that would ever work. You could have a kitchen and a bathroom and all that inside like a regular camper. It takes a pretty good sized helicopter to be able to get all that inside and really make a camper configuration out of it.
Fred Clark had flown as a pilot with the US Navy, and after leaving had established Orlando Helicopter Airways.
The elephant in the room here, guys, is who the fuck would buy this? Who would be capable of buying this, right? Like, you can't just go and fly a helicopter around willy-nilly. You need a license to do so, right? So it'd have to be someone that's licensed and has a boatload of money to do this in the first place, or you need a private pilot to do it.
In 1964, Fred and his team had created the first heli home independently, at that point called the Heli Camper, before being noticed by Winnebago's marketing team.
Yes, that's about the way it was. We developed the first one, and we had a little publicity. They saw it, and then they wanted to work with us, and they designed the interior and provided the material for the interior and designed the paint job and all that sort.
As such, rather than Winnebago creating the heli home, they would in fact be the first buyer of a heli home, commissioning from Fred a smaller A55 heli camper first, now renamed the heli home, and later the model N62254 that would go on to feature in the various promotional materials sold under Winnebago's upmarket Itasca division.
We had first the S55 camper, and then we had the S58 camper, and I think you got a copy of the S58 camper on the front page of Popular Mechanics magazine.
The aforementioned Popular Mechanics article from 1977 describes their test model
A piece of paper as a
The
bookmark.
reality was not far from the fanciful illustration depicted on the magazine's front cover. The Sikorsky's large main cabin had been transformed into a space not unlike that of a traditional RV, with full carpeting throughout and soundproofing to insulate the interior living space. A seating area with tables could be transformed into bunks that could sleep up to 4. A small galley contained enough space for a 2-burner electric electric range and a 4 cubic feet refrigerator. Hot and cold air was provided by way of a 6,000 BTU air conditioning unit and a 40,000 BTU furnace, all of which ran off an auxiliary 3,500 watt generator. A water heater could provide hot water to both the galley and the small bathroom located aft, where a chemical toilet and shower was installed. Other useful features included a full sound system with an AM/FM radio and cassette deck, a full colour TV and intercoms for communication between the cockpit and cabin. There was also ample storage for other items such as an inflatable raft, folding tables, an awning, or even the odd rifle. As Winnebago's own sales brochure boasted, whether equipped for recreation as a travelling field office or on-site testing laboratory, the Heli-Home offers outdoor enthusiasts and business firms the
On-site
speed
testing
and ease
laboratory.
of air travel and the luxury of finely appointed facilities on the ground. All of this tied up in a neat bundle for the low price of almost $300,000, almost $1.5 million in today's money. However, the Heli-Home was never truly a product that Winnebago intended to sell at any form of scale, with one magazine stating that they only succeeded in selling a single Heli-Home. For Winnebago, it was primarily a promotional tool, and it succeeded in drawing visitors into dealerships and RV trade shows around the country and getting onto the front cover of various magazines. So not only was Fred kind enough to talk to me about his experience creating the Heli-Home, he also sent me all of this amazing original documentation that he scanned and photocopied and dispatched from America to me in Scotland. Now, full disclosure, this has already been opened. It was actually opened by my parents because I'm currently on holiday right now. I'm actually filming this and making this video on the road. I'm in a hotel in Bavaria right now in Germany, and they kindly scanned everything, sent it over to me. I've not seen any of the stuff that's in here though, so we're opening this up together for the first time, which is really quite exciting. So Fred sent me this really lovely letter as well. Dear Callum, enclosed are copies or originals of what I have relative to the Heli-Home. This project certainly has had a long and interesting life. We sold several of the aircraft, and most were used for transportation. However, one was used in California by a helicopter operator for camping in the high mountains. He would tell us about landing next to his favourite lake, camping and fishing. I actually talked about this, or Fred brought it up during our conversation.
We had one operator that used S-55 helicopters in his agricultural operation, and he bought a camper, and he used the camper quite extensively, actually. He would fly it up to a favorite lake up in the mountains somewhere and camp out and all that sort.
So moving on to
Pretty cool.
the actual documents themselves, this is something you guys probably recognize from the video. This is the Winnebago sales brochure. Interesting about this illustration, this actually is the helicopter that they made, but you can actually look up the entire history of this from its construction in 1960. It served with the US military, it was with the Marines. It actually suffered combat damage according to the records that we have online. It was then transferred to Fred's company. They turned it into the Heli-Home. It was then taken out of that, sold to numerous different companies again throughout the 90s and 80s. And I think the very last reference we have to this is in 2015. So there is a photo from around 2013 or 15 of this. It's been repainted, and it's obviously gone through a lot of different things since then. But it's amazing the life this one airframe had, and it's probably still out there somewhere in the States. So yeah, quite amazing. This is really the thing I wanted to show you guys on camera, and I've never actually seen this in real life. This is an original sales brochure, which I think comes from after the Winnebago sales promotion ended. So this would have followed the Winnebago Heli-Home when they rebanded back to the Orlando Helicamper. And you've got this amazing photo with the veranda deployed on the outside, set up next to this lovely river. Absolutely gorgeous photo. And this is the original one. It's not a photocopy. Fred kindly sent this over to me. If we open it up, you've got not only interior photos, you also have illustrations as well too. The guys out camping look very close to the trees here. I would be very worried trying to take off. I'm no pilot, but anyway. Inside though, you can see photos here too. There's the refrigerator and stovetop, shower and bathroom. You can see here,
He's just
I
not a
never
good
even
one.
noticed this. This here is set up and has a color scheme so that you can play chess or checkers on it. And this one here, I think, is set up so you can play backgammon on it. That is really interesting. I never noticed that before.
Those
And
are the
also,
go-to
you
games
can
at the
see
time,
in
guys.
both of these photos, there's this little hatch here. That's the pass-through that leads to the cockpit. Remember, the cockpit's located above the main cabin, so they created this pass-through, and you can actually see the padding and the soundproofing that was put on this. This whole interior area was padded and soundproofed. Now, this illustration with these two very worried people clearly trying to tot up how much this experience is costing them. They're like, honey, is this really $300,000? You can actually tell this is the smaller version. Fred mentioned that they made two models. Now, the heli home that Winnebago created, they specifically used the S58, the larger version. But they sold both, and the S55 had a slightly different layout. You can tell it's the S55 because the bed was above and at the back, whereas with the S58, the toilet was located at the rear of the plane. You can see on the back here, this gives you the differences between the two different models. I actually think if I was gonna buy one of these, if I had £500,000 to spend, I'd probably get the S55. Not only is it smaller, the bed is actually better. They always say that in a van. If you're living the van life, better to have a bed that is always set up, so you're not having to make your bed up every single night. A few other articles. You might have seen some of these referenced again in the video. Here, this is the Professional Pilot, April 1981. So this is when they were actually on sale. This is a bit of advertising from the time, and there's some great photos in here. You might be able to spot there is the interior controls for the cockpit. Here is another great shot of the interior of the larger S58 model with the pass.
I would say it's a sales gimmick, but if they existed today, someone would probably actually buy them.
Up there. And then looking back here, your
Like there's so
toilets,
many millionaires and billionaires nowadays.
set up as tables, but then set up.
It's actually feasible that someone would actually buy one of these nowadays.
Quite amazing. Quite
Compared to, like, in the
remarkable seeing
80s.
all of these things, and just shows you all of this stuff is not really available online. When you look up blogs and articles, it's there's stuff online about it, but most of the stuff I hadn't been able to see properly until I emailed Fred, essentially. So yeah, quite amazing. Thank you very much, Fred. The heli home was a unique and bizarre product that was sold for only a brief period of time and to a small and select audience. Rather than fading into obscurity, however, it was an idea that captured the imagination to such a degree that it is frequently shared, discussed, and talked about online.
I think it just people's imagination kind of runs wild, and they think, well, boy, that would be nice to have my own helicopter and be able to fly off into the mountains somewhere and camp out and all that sort.
And in many ways, it came closest to fulfilling the ideas of what the helicopter was originally envisioned to achieve. In an article he wrote for The Atlantic as far back as 1942, Igor Ivanovich Sikorsky, whose name would become synonymous with the aircraft he helped pioneer, presented a vision of people owning helicopters in much the same way they owned a car. Suburban commuters would take helicopters to and from work in the city.
Yeah.
On weekends, families could fly beyond the roads to explore.
Yeah,
wherever.
flying cars. Yeah,
With floats instead of wheels, the
Yeah.
helicopter can rise from your door and
yeah.
if
People need to be
necessary,
experienced
land
enough to do that and not kill themselves. They're barely capable of
the
driving,
vast and
so.
beautiful Canadian North Country with its thousands
Till
of
we get
lakes,
self-driving
visited
flying
helicopters,
cars, that is. That'll probably be the big
upon
difference.
breathless scenes never before, perhaps, seen by the
Pretty cool stuff, guys. Interesting video. Let's convert a Chinook to a heli-home. A CH-47, those are very... I was actually thinking the same thing, but those are much bigger and much more expensive helicopters. Very big helicopters, though. Too early for flying cars? Not really. There's a lot. Well, I mean, they don't exist, but they do exist. There's a lot of prototype flying cars now. I saw most recently one that's a vertical flying car. Like, these are actually becoming much more common now. A lot of them are concepts, and there's a lot of starting agencies. Where is it? Like, companies like trying to revolutionize travel and stuff like that, but haven't really done it yet. I think, once again, it's going to come down to automation, because getting a bunch of people to get their pilot's license probably is not going to happen. Even if they're classified, one of the ways they talked about getting around being classified as a normal aircraft is classified as an ultralight, which means the restrictions for you flying one is much, much, much more leaner than flying like a Cessna or a small airplane. Where is it? It's not here. It literally looked like a fucking hand like this with like props on the side. When you're 5, you're told you have flying cars in your lifetime. Like I said, I think it comes down a lot to having automated flying cars. I think they are going to become a thing, but they aren't going to be driven by people, because people I don't think would be very capable of flying normally, especially with the congested airspace, right? That being said, like flying or self-driving cars right now are actually like basically exist. If you guys didn't know that, basically Google Maps self-driving car has existed for like a decade and been basically almost completely automated in terms of being capable of driving. However, self-driving vehicles are stuck in politics right now, in the bureaucracy, because so imagine you get in a car accident. You get in a car accident with someone around you, right? A self-driving car hits you and kills you, right? Who takes responsibility for killing someone? I mean, it's going to be less likely to happen, but it will, of course, happen, right? Self-driving cars will either kill someone or through a malfunction, or maybe through unintentional circumstances where someone else hits it and it's their fault, but they still die, right? Then who takes responsibility for the person's life that then died? The company? The programmers? The owner, right? Who takes responsibility for taking that person's life? Then it becomes a question of whether or not, you know, you're having just vehicles that are just going to commit manslaughter, right? And it's not necessarily that they're capable of doing that in the sense that they want to do that, but rather it just happens, right? There's still going to be a lot of people that will be saved. Don't get me wrong. Like, there'll be tons and tons of people's lives that'll be saved because of drunk driving, people that just fuck up or fall asleep at the wheel, or you know, people that might be having a medical emergency, or just people that make a mistake, right? There will be a shitload of people that will be saved by self-driving vehicles. It all comes down to the people that die on accident because of one, though. And that's the whole reason they haven't been approved. I mean, Tesla has a self-driving vehicle. It self-drives in parking lots, and it self-drives, but you have to touch the steering wheel. That's liability. You touching the steering wheel is liability, regardless of whether or not you're conscious, right? And I don't know if you have to do a handshake now, or what you have to do now to make sure it knows you're awake. You really shouldn't even need to be awake. It should just drive itself. But that is liability. Your hand on the steering wheel is liability, so Tesla does not take responsibility, and it's not a self-driving car, right? It's because it's driving assisted, right? Like when I was back in Europe, we rented, I think it was an Audi, because when you're in Europe, obviously they have all their brand new cars there, right? For the most part, compared to imports in the U.S., which kind of lag behind. But like they had like a self-driving Audi, I think we had, with like lane assist and stuff like that. Basically, all you had to do was like hang onto the steering wheel and it'd just go wherever you wanted. It was either Audi or Volkswagen, one of the two. But yeah, they're basically there. It's just it comes down to politics right now. The U.S. just approved driverless trucks for operation on roadways. Does that just happen? I mean, that's inevitable too. Like, the trucker lifestyle is going away. You know how I've talked before about like automation just cleaning up basically everything in the U.S. Truck driving is possibly a very lucrative career, by the way, and I'm not talking about if you drive for a company. There's a lot of problems with truck drivers. They get like lease to own, and they just get like penny pinched out of it. But if you're self-driving with owning your own truck sort of ordeal, you can make a lot of money, especially with certain certifications. I had a friend, and she drove trucks, and she was telling me how she had like a chemical certification. She made all sorts of money, like, you know, the hazmat stuff. Like, she drove hazardous materials across states and made a boatload of money doing it. Yeah, but I mean, that's another thing they're just going to come for, because it's cheaper to employ a truck and far safer to employ a truck than it is a fleet of drivers for it. And, you know, it's just going to do everything for you. And then they'll like literally have surveillance of everything going on, and it will go 24/7, right? You know, truck drivers can't do that, arguably, like, because they have like monitoring for your vehicle. Like, you're only supposed to drive a certain amount of hours, and then you have to stop, and that's it. You just have to take a break no matter what. Yeah. My uncle used to drive trucks too, and one of the things he hated is when they started forcing, like, they put a system in your truck where it'd monitor it. Like, he refused to let them install one in his truck. Let's see. U.S. approves self-driving trucks. Driverless cabless truck operation. Yep. Are driverless trucks legal? Yeah. I mean, demonstration and test purposes. Google's self-driving vehicle has literally been all around the U.S. It like had to have a vehicle like in front of it and behind it, but it's basically been all over the fucking U.S. And that was predates even Tesla doing that, right? And Tesla did it too. It's just like legislation. It's just stuck in politics right now. So it's only approved in a couple states. That's pretty crazy. Like, a lot of people seem to think their job's safe, and it's only as safe as much as they're willing to pay you. Automation has been on hold since, like, the 80s, and that's purely because of the amount of money. You're cheaper than something is to produce to take over your job, right? And if you guys didn't notice, there's cashierless checkouts in Walmart. You order from a kiosk in McDonald's. That was someone's job. They're gone. There's a lot of people in the service industry. And there's a lot of people in warehouse jobs, too, which will eventually get taken, too. When you have self-stacking shelves and shit like that, which they're currently working on, but that's not the same. Amazon is still run by a bunch of people, and they ring them for all they're worth. Very interesting. But yeah, this is inevitable. I don't know why trains aren't self-driving too. Like, you'd think they would be at this point, right? Like, I guess they're big enough where you could always just have a engineer in there, a train engineer, which is the person that drives it. Like, they're a big enough deal where you could just, it might not be feasible, or maybe you just would always want a train engineer on there. I'm not sure why they aren't automated at this point. It seemed to make a lot more sense. And then once again, you wouldn't have to worry about people falling asleep or stupid shit. Although I don't think that's really a big deal. Like, there's enough enough on the line when you're driving a train where that's just not really something that would happen. Like, because you're just, well, I'm sure it happens, but like, you actually care too much about your job. Train engineers get paid a shitload of money. Not people that design the trains, but the people that drive them. They get paid a lot of money. That's a highly coveted job, though. Let's see. Driverless cabs in sea, I'd believe that. Once again, I don't know why it isn't. Fucking Elon Musk made his boring company, right? Where he made boreholes and made a fake subway with Teslas in the underneath Vegas, when you could just literally deploy a fleet of cabs, is basically what it comes down to. I don't know why he doesn't. Is actually a good question. Is you could literally replace... I guess it'd come down to how cheaply you could do it, right? Because it's a new vehicle. But you could replace an Uber with the Tesla. And once again, someone's job. It went from cab drivers to Uber, and now it's going to go to an automated system. Yeah. Funny stuff. Also, one of the reasons that, like, a universal wage is going to be a thing. Universal wage being everyone just gets a stipend to stay alive. As it turns out, because there's only so many jobs, and if you can imagine, there's so many people, guys, that only are button pushers. Like, they wait restaurants, right? They don't really have I don't want to be mean, but they don't really have any redeemable skills besides they push a button. So if you can imagine a monkey pushing a button and then they get a treat out of it, yeah, it's like one of those things. So their only redeemable skill is basically their manpower. And I mean, blue-collar labor can get skillful, for sure, but, you know, like, there's a bunch of people that are just literally monkeys that just all they do is push a button for a treat. And those guys can be replaced with automation. And that means you either have to retrain them, which probably would not be a thing for the older generations that are basically Kaputski. All they can do is basically the same job they've been doing for the last 40 years. And maybe the younger generations, but even then it gets... The older you get, guys, the much harder it is to learn. While you can go back to college at any age, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I was definitely older in the older demographic when I went back. Not older as in really old, but like I was 5 years older than most people that were in class. Because everyone gets, comes out of high school. You can go back into college in your 40s. It just becomes much more difficult to learn when you're later in your life. It becomes very difficult to learn because you generally get lazy, and then you want your reward, right? You want to get the treat at the end of the tunnel, and that doesn't always happen right away. Because in education, basically, it's you slaving away for 4 years of your life for something that may or may not give you a return in terms of monetary value. And that's tough to retrain, like people in their 30s that just really hate their lives because they got priced out of a job by a robot, right? I mean, that's like a horror story or an uprising civil war shit right there. Someone realizes they're useless because they can't actually do anything redeemable. Yikes. So this is all showing up because these are all vertical takeoff cars, right? These are all basically VTOLs, vertical takeoff landing vehicle. Yeah. So I typed in vertical, but it's actually the shape of the body is vertical. And there's gonna be too many hits, but like, look at all these. Some of these are concepts, and there's a lot of actual flying cars right now, and most are classified as ultralights. Startups chasing the flying car dream. Look at this. Interesting. No X value here. I don't know how many companies this means. It's kind of pointless without an X value. Look, it went up, guys, but how much? I don't know. They didn't include the X and the Y. Or this is X. They didn't include the Y value, not the X value. They include the Y. I don't know. There's concept models here. There's actual prototype vehicles. Some of these you can see here. Some of these I've already seen. These I've seen already. All three of these I've seen already. Yeah, as soon as, I think the big takeaway here is once this can be automated, so once AI can do this for you, I think this is when flying cars are actually going to happen, is when you can sit in a vehicle and it does everything for you. Is basically going to be the takeaway. Is when you talk to the vehicle like sets up your flight path, it correlates with the FAA, you know, because I believe right now if you take a flight you have to like set up your flight path online. There's a website for that. You basically radio in your flight path, and not radio it in. You set up your flight path online so people know where you're going through, so if you don't collide with people. And obviously if you land at an airport, you have to coordinate that. And obviously not taking like a big airport, but if there's a bunch of small kind of relics of not the civil rights movement, the public works projects during the Great Depression. So in the 40s, there's a bunch of airports that have been built around the U.S. that are municipal airports that are you can just kind of use if you know how to use them. Yeah, they exist. I have my city as an airport. Pretty much there's a bunch of airports. Just like small towns just come with airports just built in. It's kind of fucking weird. It's crazy. But once again, I think this is going to really take off after self-driving becomes a big deal. I think that's when we're going to see a lot of these. This is going to basically be transportation for the upper middle class, and all of us plebs are going to be down here stuck driving around in normal vehicles. You know, it's like a price difference, right? You're going to pay like $300,000 for something like this for the pleasure of basically getting from point A to point B and basically not having to worry about parking. Actually, yeah, probably not even worrying about parking, and just be capable of just getting everywhere faster and look a lot cooler. Everyone who has a lot of money loves looking down on everyone else. So, well, not everyone, but most people that have a lot of money enjoy flaunting their... There it is. No, it's not. This is a different one, but looks a lot like that. Agility Prime. There's a lot of these. Like I said, there's a lot of this shit. And I think, as I mentioned before, it's all going to come down to it being capable of being flown remotely, like automated. Yeah. And then it's going to take off for the upper middle class. So upper class and upper middle class, so doctors, stuff like that. People that are pulling, 6 digits routinely. Almost there. As I mentioned before, the hurdle is basically with self-driving cars. I think this is the next step after self-driving cars is this, because then you wouldn't have to worry about like people fucking up, and you wouldn't have to worry about having trained people in your vehicle. It takes it completely out of the equation, and that's what it really needs. And then it would all be automatically connected to everything else, and it'd be aware of everything around it, and away you go, guys. Automatically registers flight path with the FAA. Done. There's a lot of hurdles that would just completely bypass. Pretty cool shit. And you don't think it would be a thing, but I think it would. Very certain that is going to come after self-driving vehicles, which is going to be very shortly. The tech is all there. It all comes down to politics. And right now, I don't think there's anyone in politics that's really focusing on self-driving vehicles. They're kind of like an afterthought, even though they'd save a shitload of lives. No one really cares about that for some strange reason. Yeah, so, like, it's kind of the weird thing is, like, you can imagine how many traffic accident deaths just occur every year. How many traffic deaths? 2020. Okay, whatever. Johnson. Fatal crashes. Let's go United States. 50,000 people, or 42,000 people die. 43,000 people die per year. I mean, it's not actually that many people compared to other ways of dying. Amount of deaths in the U.S. by type? Mortality. Heart disease, that's a big killer. Cancer's up there too. COVID. Accidents, stroke, chronic lower respiratory disease. Oh, it almost made top 10. Life expectancy 78 or so. That's still pretty good. For guys, obviously less than women by about 5 years. Good for us. Got that testosterone, you know. My grandma's like 95 though. My grandpa's like 93, and my grandpa was still alive. He kind of petered out at the end there, like he refused to eat sort of ordeal, because he went through some issues where he basically couldn't move anymore, and he was basically locked in his own body. Like his mind was still working, but he could barely hear, he could barely see, and he had hardcore arthritis, and he basically couldn't move. He was stuck in a wheelchair. Pretty rough. So, I mean, he still lived a really fucking long time. By the way, guys, if you ever have to have a hip replaced, make sure you go and do it. It doesn't get better. It's just like having your teeth. If you get cavities, they don't get better. They only get worse. You're just going to have it done. I guess I'm in a little bit different position because I'm a millennial and my parents are boomers. But, yeah, it's like one of the best things you can do for yourself is if you need a hip replaced, just go and do it. You're going to have to do it. It's probably going to have to do it at some point in your life. It's just going to be the way that it is. When you're around your 70s or so, you're just gonna have you're gonna have to have your hip, and that's just the way it's gonna be. You're gonna have maybe multiple hips. My dad had both of them done. Mom has them done. She's getting them done. My grandma had them both done. So my other grandma also had them done. Yeah. Grandpa didn't have them done. He should have had them done. Being able to walk and being able to engage your life is a very big deal. You don't think it is, but as far as autonomy goes and being capable of taking care of yourself, it's kind of weird, guys. Like the new generations, like they're like stuck on all this weird existential bullshit. Like it's almost like they don't even talk to their elders, and I don't mean that in a respectful way. But if you expect to live till like your 80s, yeah, you have fucking hip replacement coming up eventually. It's just the way it's gonna be. You're gonna have crowns and probably, well, unless you have really nice enamel, because fuck you, you have good genetics. You'll probably have to have a root canal at some point in your life. You know, you're probably gonna have to have a major surgery of some kind. Like all this shit's gonna eventually happen to you, and like they're stuck crying about, like, I don't know, not being respected. I don't fucking know. Like the kids nowadays, like having their fucking midlife crisis and when they're 25, just okay. I don't know, guys. There's a lot worse things in life that you have to deal with than, Jesus, I don't know, working at McDonald's. But to each their own. Where's automobile? Auto. Car. Medicare now. Medicare's going away too. Like, it can't support the number of people that are currently on it because there's not enough. The baby boomer generation still exists, and they're a huge part of the population. comparatively to generations, and we can't support all of them. Retiring right now, or are retired. Yeah, so it looks like it almost makes the top 10 for number one of the things that kills people per year. That's pretty good. And of course, it would also enable people that are older to stay mobile too, because they could take their self-driving car to the supermarket. My grandma still fucking drives. I don't know how she has a license, but my grandma still fucking drives. I know this is crazy. Actually, I don't know if she does anymore. She has a license, and she did up until recently, but she's like 95 and still driving. That's crazy. That's absurd. I don't know if I want her driving. One of those things, but that isn't to say she isn't, she's completely there. Cognitively, she's completely there, so. Yeah. Crazy stuff, guys. Okay. Yeah. You have a hip replacement coming up in your 70s, guys. Don't worry. There's bigger things to fret over. Details on Stranger Things, don't care. Paramotor camping with my friends. I did want to try a paramotor. I've talked about it before. I don't know if I'd... By the way, you don't actually need a license to fly a paramotor, if you guys didn't know that. These are like light aircraft because you're using a paraglider, right? And strapping an engine to your back. But you don't actually need a license to use one. There's just some rules you have to follow. And guidelines. You don't even need training. You don't even need training to fly one. Okay. Let's move along to the tubes, guys. Excuse me, to the Reddits. And then we'll play some dibs. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Sojourn is boring. Oh, so I started watching The Boys, and there's a shitload of political grandstanding in it, like there were in prior seasons, by the way. Apparently Trump is, or not Trump, apparently Homelander is supposed to have, like, he's supposed to be, like, the embodiment of Trump, which they masked it pretty well. He's basically like that to begin with. He's just someone that's super arrogant and thinks everything's about him. Kind of weird, though, but putting that aside, like, so they showed multiple penises in the TV series so far. I haven't finished it, by the way. They've shown multiple penises in the TV series, including a urethra stimulation scene. And there's not a single pair of breasts, which, by the way, is not equivalent of showing a penis, and obviously there's no vagina. So I'm not exactly sure what the pickup is here. You know, like, normally, like, women actually fight to be able to show their breasts in public, right? Yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on here, but kind of curious. There's a lot of penises. There's a lot of penises, but no boobs. Yeah. Which, I mean, if you want to show dangly bits, I really don't care. Maybe that's kind of the troll message there, is the, haha, you thought you were going to see some sex scenes, all you're going to see is boobies? Or all you're going to see is a penis? Big floppy dong sort of ordeal? But, like, so the female equivalent of showing your dick is, like, a chick sitting there spread eagle like this. Because obviously, if the chicks... So, women, if they're standing, there's almost nothing visible. Like, if you have a woman that's naked, right, you don't see anything. Guys are just, like, everything's out there, right? Genital-wise, everything's out there. But a woman, you have to, like, things have to be, you know, spread open. That's just the way it goes. But there is nothing there, like, not even, like, I expected there to be, like, some boobs. But, like, one of the I think it was Starlight. Yeah, Starlight was getting fucked. Obviously, she's a main actor, so maybe not. Maybe they wouldn't show that, but actually she might have in earlier seasons. But like, there's no boobs. There's a couple sex scenes and no tits. And tits is like bare minimum sort of ordeal. It was very weird. I don't know. I don't know what kind of vibe they're trying to throw out there, but here we are. Good. Good. Also, I haven't finished watching The Boys, and it's still pretty good. Homelander is a fantastic villain, even with the political bullshit. Homelander's still a great villain, and season's going all right so far. Great villain. A couple things I didn't really understand in the series, but we'll cover that more when I finish watching it, because I haven't finished it yet. See if things play out. Oh, I guess there's one thing I'd like. There's one of the characters in the series that was like your common, like, once again politically charged. He was your America sort, right? Like, he's the gun-toting gun nut that goes to gun conventions and preaches all, like, your super right stuff. And of course he died. But weirdly enough, is like he was portrayed as like, so Butcher killed him, and when he killed him, he said he's going to kill him because he's him. But they never portrayed him as a villain. Like, he's a right-wing nutjob. Like, he's super far right? Like, everyone should own a gun, but he never did anything wrong. As far as I know, in the series, from what we saw, he never actually did anything wrong. Maybe I missed something? But, like, he never actually did anything. They just killed him because he liked guns, is basically the way that it came across. When you put it into context, like, he just died because he liked guns. He shot Butcher. Don't get me wrong, he shot Butcher, but other than that, like, there is no... And he didn't kill him. Spoiler, by the way, he didn't kill him, but there is no sequence where he actually killed anyone or he's, like, murdering a bunch of innocents or something. Like, he didn't actually do anything wrong, but they killed him for his political views. That's kind of interesting. Maybe I'll have to look up more on that, but, like, that whole sequence, there was this one character that they interacted with, and he never actually was portrayed as being, like, evil. They just killed him for his beliefs, which was kind of weird. Yeah. Like I said, like, political bias, guys, very heavy in media right now, especially left-leaning, specifically in TV and movies, especially in superhero stuff. Very left-leaning. But, like, normally there's a motive, like, he does something horrible, right? Like, at a gun convention, he shoots a bunch of people or something like that, right? But he never actually did anything like that, at least in the series. Maybe he did in the comics, because it's based on comics, right? So maybe he did in the comics, but in the series, they just killed him because he's who he was. That was really fucked up. It didn't really make sense. Once again, maybe I didn't fully understand what was going on there. Maybe I was supposed to hate him because he likes guns, but yeah. Sends an interesting message. Normally, like, they have some sort of, cop-out on a reason why that they're killing the character, right? But they didn't. We'll touch on that more when I finish watching the series, which I haven't done yet. New processor, don't care. Waiting for the 7000 series X 3D, which is coming out this fall. DB02 undervolting, yeah, very complicated. Pretty cool. DVD Reddits, guys. Did you watch The Boys? Also, I didn't finish watching it, so don't spoil it. But I was talking about one of the characters. It's towards the beginning of it, so you probably saw it already if you're remotely keeping up with it. Yeah, the new season. So I was talking about the gun guy, the gun nut job. I don't know why they killed him. They didn't really explain that. They just killed him, and because of his beliefs. Unless I missed something. Obviously, he shot Butcher, but beyond that, like, he never actually did anything bad. Besides being a nutjob. Like, when Butcher killed him, he's just like, I'm killing you because of who you are. But they never really showed who he was, beyond him just being a nutjob. He never killed a bunch of people, at least what we saw. Maybe it was in the comic books I said that before. Earlier. Normally they have a cop-out, and they have a reason for doing it. That's what he said. He killed him because of who he was. That's what he said right before he executed him. You're implying it's because he was on Temp V, but he went there knowing, like, he was on Temp V because he was going after the guy. Like, he actually said that he was killing him for who he was. Like, that's almost verbatim what he said right before he killed him. And then, of course, he went on a rampage after that, or Butcher had a power rampage. He did fire first, but also he didn't do anything either, because Butcher... was invulnerable. I mean, you could imply that maybe he killed a bunch of people because he shot at Butcher, right? But there's never any indication that he killed a bunch of people before it, prior to the war sequence. Yeah, well, I mean, you could argue that, but they never actually, like, he just literally just killed a random guy. Just for shits and giggles. Like, after he got the information out of him. Which isn't really, like, it came across, if you actually put it into perspective what happened in the series, it basically came across as they're murdering him because he's a radical, right? Which kind of is not really the way that you want to deal with things, right? If he killed a bunch of people, that'd be different, or if he committed some sort of atrocity, raped someone, whatever, you know, like, there'd be some sort of righteous justification, right? And there wasn't. So, I mean, the only fallback would be the Temp V, but even then, he didn't really... It didn't really rampage until after he killed him with the gun. You realize a community has a disturbingly high amount of people who just don't have any empathy, like it's the norm. Yeah, that's what happens when people are spoiled and entitled and feel they can take advantage of the other side completely and utterly all the time. It's like a codependent relationship. Let's make a sizzling hot comment here, guys. That's what happens when one side is spoiled and entitled, firmly believing that that the other side is always there for them at their beck and call. Believing. But something to do, like I said before, the boys, it could be worse, and the characters in the boys are heavily politicized, right? Like, Homelander is based on Trump, but, I mean, they didn't really need to base him on Trump, he's just self-assertive, narcissistic asshole that wants to control the world. That's why he's a good villain. Maybe they even said he's like Trump without him actually changing. Like, they didn't make him any more like Trump. He doesn't seem to have any of the major nuances Trump does. I don't know if, like, yeah, as I mentioned before, guys, like, even though I camp and tunnel, like, I don't just, like, shit-talk survivors the entire match. And some games do have death threats in it. You guys have seen it. I like how they portray that survivors get the blunt of this. They don't. Mm-hmm. Yep. Multiple killers are back again? Good. By the way, no one cheats in this game. What the fuck happened here? Like, popped out of thin air? I don't understand. So, they're just showing... Okay. Been in the game before. Yeah, I mean, I got that, but what's this video showing? Just two people in the same game? I mean, I've seen that already. I thought you were trying to show something else. There's still a problem. I lost 3 gens while stuck. Leg switch. That's a leg switch. Where they get you stuck like that, it's 100% a leg switch. Unless it's something particular to nurse. Whenever that happens, it's because they basically fuck with their internet. 2 killers is cool? Yeah, but you'd have to have like a 2v6 or 7 players. And people who think you need a 2v10 are full of shit. I'm like, oh, we need to have a 2v14. Yeah, fuck off, dude. Like, 4v1's very strong right now, and just having more survivors, even if you have to do more gens, they just have people floating around that can constantly take protection hits and circle in and out of combat. Okay. Alrighty, guys. We're going to play some games. I also have Zanya going right now, and I have to pull out in 17 minutes. I'm going to go use the bathroom, though, and then see where we're at for lasagna. But we'll play some dibs after that. Okay. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. Gonna wash my coffee cup out too, grab a soda, use the bathroom, guys. I will be right back in 1 second. Alrighty, guys. Level Ani at level 1. Should I wait for the new update to use BP on him? I don't play much. I'd just wait for the update. If you don't play like at all, just wait. My lasagna is coming out shortly, so we're gonna dump some blood points, I guess, while we wait. Otherwise, they're gonna have to be in the middle of the match. That's not gonna happen, so... Lasagna comes first, guys, then you guys. Has some lovely lasagna for Din Din after the stream. Oh yeah, I do like chicken lasagna. It's pretty good. Not gonna lie, it's pretty good. Like normal lasagna, not a huge fan, but like chicken lasagna is almost like a stew. It's almost like a pot pie, but it doesn't obviously have a normal crust. Reminds me a lot of a pot pie, actually. Uh-huh. Ugh. Like I said, tired. I've ingested a shitload of caffeine today, so. Aw, fuck me. If you aren't careful, guys, you end up with spittle on your lenses, and yeah, I'm gonna clean my glasses too. Yeah. Yeah, that's the way she goes. Don't have a chaser reward? Of course I don't. Who are we working? I think we were working on Spirit. We finished kitting out Bubba. However, with the upcoming Decimation, we'll probably end up be playing Bubba, Eerie Myers, or just Tombstone Myers. Tombstone Myers and maybe Trapper? I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe outfitting Trapper. I have a shitload of cakes on Nemesis, too. Oh my god. I'll have to wait and see. I don't think the meta is going to change immediately, but it's going to ramp up. Especially at high MMR, it's going to start ramping up. Yeah. Well, I'm going to do that when I go and get the lasagna out. It's not permanent, sincerely. I'm not that kind of person. I am multitasking and doing multiple jobs in parallel. So we were unlocking Spirit, Trapper, but I don't know if I'll actually be playing Trapper. It depends on how well Bubba works in the basement, or how well it doesn't work in the basement. It's basically what it comes down to. Then take a peek at Trapper afterwards. Basically, you need a killer that deals with endurance effects, and that comes down to Myers and Cannibal and Trapper. Yeah. Because being exposed doesn't even down you when you have an endurance effect. If you have an endurance effect and you eat an exposed hit, it's the same thing as getting hit normally. Yeah. Yeah, so you can tank an endurance effect or an exposed hit with endurance. So killers that exposed aren't even playable. It won't matter. It literally won't matter. So, like I said, Armageddon's coming up, guys. It is literally going to decimate killers. Oh, but don't worry, you got overcharged now. Yeah, fuck off. And survivors. Oh, you have half effectiveness, brutal strength, and 2 stacks at SDVFL. Wowee. It's going to make a huge... Oh, and 10 seconds on each gen. Going to make a huge difference in terms of the game. Yeah, no, it's not. It's going to be horrible. I guess we'll just keep putting points into Spirit. I think I was working on... Well, we have Overcharge. I think I'm working on Deadlock. We're missing SDVFL, too. Let's see... We'll see. Like I said before, if things get too shitty, like we're just going to be in the basement camping as Cannibal, and I'm going to go for 1 to 2k and not give 2 shits about what happens. There's one. Do we have yellow Deadlock? We do. Yeah, it is. And people are like, oh man! Oh my god, they're changing borrowed time! Oh god, guys! Oh no. It's gonna be so horrible. Okay. Let's see. I actually don't want it to go through the whole side. I guess if we can get it to go right. There we go. That's good. Actually, it's not because we don't have enough moves. I'm not gonna play a Survivor. Survivor is fucking terrible. It's like you're playing a person that does like an eighth of the work of a killer. It's like, why would I think more highly of myself than playing something that's basically like crippled. Okay, so we're working on our green perks. So we're gonna clear out our reds or our purples, and we're gonna go for our greens. Like so. And that you push into the side. There's a lot of black hands here. Oh my god, I'm not gonna get that one on the right. That's fine. You fucking piece of shit. Of course. BHVR at its finest right there, guys. Still nothing. Gift of Pain's getting buffed though, so there's that. If you're playing round robin hooks, you're gonna have to use Gift of Pain, but it's still not gonna make enough of a difference. It's gonna be like if you're still trying to play regression, you're gonna be doing like Gift of Pain and Pain Resonance. Excuse me, yeah, Gift of Pain, Pain Resonance, and probably Overcharge. And maybe Brine or something in there. It's gonna be rough. I want Agitation. This is not Cannibal, though. Go for Gift for Pain. Where are you going? Get back over there. Sorry, or something. Yeah, but then you also run into scenarios where I tried doing that, and then we just had no one doing gens. Like that was back before MMR though, so it might be different now. But like solo queues was just a shit show. I tried to be a looper, and then we got no one that would do gens. Like I had to be a gen nanny, but no one would do gens. So, Deadman Switch is dead. And it took my Black Ward. There it is. Okay. All right, I gotta take the pie out. You're back. Huzzah. Alrighty. Ah, smells delicious, and clean the glasses too, because I know Sincerely would get angry. Ah. I care deeply. Alright. Onward we go. There's Franklin's, that'd be nice. Not what I'm looking for, though. Worthless sloppy. Alright, let's push it over their side. That's where we want it to go. Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Shattered Hope, oh my god, such a great perk. It's not. It's not. Spoilers, it's not. What was the other piece I was looking for? Oh, the dried cherry blossom. Okay. Dried cherry blossom. Purple. 2. Top entity. Go and do something useful. Kind of. It did not do anything useful. Okay. His daughter's ring. Okay. Lots of yellows. Good. Good. We still... What are you giggling about? Cherry blossom. What's that? Doesn't want to give me the perks that I want, guys. We're looking for 2 greens right now, and we have found neither. Take more. Okay. Say goodbye. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. Okay. Agitation. Strider. If only Strider was useful, which is not. Okay. I think his mother's got his ring there. Good. Another worthless perk. SCBFL, there's Strider. Well, I mean, that's what we're looking for, isn't it? Fuck me. And good Strider. Almost missed that one, guys. And not what I'm looking for. Alrighty. SCBFL. Just barely. There it is. And now we need Deadlock, which is still rank 1. Good. Lovely 600,000 points. Alrighty, guys. Let's put on our shite and then play some Gamaz. Off we go. Guild tags or Twitch lobby? Got a furry. Looks like a queen furry. No, we're gonna dodge. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Check for our VAC bans. Someone got banned for violating Twitch TOS. There's a banned Twitch TTV streamer in here. Another TTV. It's always disconcerting. Actually, it's a TTV lobby next game. Like, it wasn't a VAC ban. I opened the guy's Twitch page and it was his account is suspended. Ah, it's funny stuff. Another TTV. And live TTV. Next game. Yeah. All right. But a key gamer too. Cronus. Hmm. Chapel, guys. Alrighty, cam off for first game. Let's see where things go here. Good. Rid of our cuck doors. There's one. And landing. Technically might not even be a cuck door, but if someone's upstairs, we're gonna have to remove that anyways, so might as well. Landing has an open door. Tapping back. Okay, weird. I feel like this should have hit. You guys cheating? That was like a straight up quick dodge. We're gonna go after the ace. That guy's definitely cheating. That is the Dwight. Actually, we're just gonna leave. Both these guys were trying to bait chases earlier. Let's see what we can find over here. Buddy. Another guy that looks like he's cheating. I think this might just be a cheat match, guys. Yeah. 4-man cheat lobby. Oh. 1 to 2K it is. They literally have like, yeah, look at that shit. They literally can dodge to the side like they're double jumping in Quake. That's obnoxious. Yeah. Hey, buddy. Yeah, very fast, incredibly fast dodges. Those are not possible. So. Gens are going faster than normal, too. This guy's very fast. Escort already. Can't stop to tap that, so that's the way that it is. Bye. Oh. Any day, dude. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna go over here to the side one. Fuck out of here. Fuck off, dude. Okay. I don't care if I go for him, so. Oh. Okay, cool. Cheat lobby, guys. Yeah, that's the way that it goes. And once again, this is going to take a while to come back, so we can't actually go over here. Oh, we actually have KD. I think we can make this, actually. We can make this. Oh, buddy. Definitely going for this. Okay. Yep, this is 100% a cheat lobby, guys. Go tap. Let's get outside. Probably going for rescue right now. Not. Let's see if I can get rid of this guy right here on the side. There we go. Beautiful. Obviously would have wished that I could have whipped him, but not the way it's going to work, so. Wait. Camp arrow ruined my whip aim? No, those were definitely... Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe it was my camping. I'm out of touch after 2 days. Wait for phase 2. Nia we never saw before. Phase 2. Go for it, my dude. In the locker. Hi. Yeah, the Nia's not very good and possibly not cheating. Yeah. Alright. DS now. Oh, DS. He's just dead. Guys aren't very good. Definitely cheating, though, so. Good stuff. Let's see if we can find the Nia. Nia's definitely not good and probably not cheating. I guess she's a queen. And she just disappeared right in front of us, guys. She went up to the top here and disappeared. That interesting. And this is the other guy that's cheating. Actually, this isn't one of them. Ace was. The guy we're chasing was. Let's go back to Katie. Actually, let's go outside. I don't think I'll be able to make this, by the way. No, I won't. Oh, just barely. Is that Ace or Nia? Yeah. That W key. No. Chase her. Who we were after in the first place. Oh, that guy's trying to intercept. So we got a good chase, because they're trying to overwrite for her. That's exactly what we want. Oh, yeah, she's not cheating. Good stuff. That was an intentional blow. This is a normal survivor now, unless she toggles, which she might. Can we make the stretch hook? Pretty sure we can. Got it. Okay. Oh. Hey, look, guys, they're all 3-gen, and they're all 99. Isn't that fantastic? So they blew the gen inside that they even need to work on. That's pretty ridiculous. Yeah, double back again. There we go. No DT. Okay. Yep. Good for her. Let's go back to the gen now. Once again, that is what happens when you don't cheat. You just kind of soft cheat. You just do a little bit of the tip, guys. You know, not the whole shalong. You don't go balls deep. You just do a little bit of something you can to get back at that killer. Because you're an entitled piece of shit. He just healed himself to full. Why the fuck is his scratch marks missing? That was fucking weird as shit. No. That was really fucking weird. I don't know what the fuck I just saw. Done. DH. Ah, oh, jeez. Back to our gens now. Hey, look, he's working on the upstairs gen, which is also a 99. Isn't that fucking weird? Kind of weird and shit. Yeah, kind of weird. Alright. Pick up. Can't even go. What the fuck is he doing? Eh? How the fuck does that work? You double back inside? Maybe he's in the locker. Oh, somehow he got around me, guys. So that guy, after I hit him, like, disappeared. It's like he teleported away, and he was replaced with the guy in the corner. but he's clearly further ahead than him, but it didn't really make sense where he was in comparison to where his character actually was. Take a look at her 3-gen, and keep working on them. Double back. Wants me to chase this guy, which is probably the guy that's cheating, so... Well, another guy that's cheating. Still going? Okay. Capped it. Good. This guy inside will tap it now, because he's trying to fake a chase on me. Completely wrong information from Zombie Chan. Surprise. Pretty sure the guy that I whipped teleported away earlier is what we saw when we went around the corner there. I'm back now. Let's check the other gen then. Yeah. There. Broke both my zombies? Yep, there he is. My... Okay, let's go check the upstairs gen inside. Based on what we're seeing here, guys, skill checks are very easy to do. I'm not exactly sure how these guys are blowing gens constantly. Some Neil. Oh, not actually here. Okay. Gonna keep doing the same thing? No. Long W key? Why the fuck would you do that? Why don't you just vault it? Yeah. Wasted sprint burst, wasted a lot of shit. These guys aren't very good, but definitely way too fucking fast. Okay. Let's pick up the other guy because we know that guy doesn't have Unbreakable, so. Alrighty. Only for a 4% in deliverance. You even see, who's the top Dwight? What? There he is. Crap. Top Dwight's the one that just like turboed into non-existence. That is Armageddon. Okay. Righty. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's going on in this game, guys. These guys move very fast, have quick dodging, and they can't pass skill checks on gens. What the fuck is that shit? Like basic skill checks. think Neo was the only one that was actually legit. Just garbage perks too. There's Dance With Me, which would explain why he disappeared. Yeah. That explained that. He also had a key. An actual key. So this makes sense. This makes sense what happened there. Our Jeff, I think it was, or no, not Jeff, Adam, and our other ace did not make sense. Jake. And there it didn't, like, after I started talking about them possibly cheating, like, they stopped kind of being sus as shit, but these guys were clearly sus as shit at the beginning of the match. At the end there, like, this looked like a normal chase with him. Yeah. Stuff, okay. Fucking weird. And 4K. That was, like, the beginning of that match, there was some weird fucking shit going on. End of the match, for some reason, everyone just started being normal. Kinda fucking weird, isn't it? Just fucking weird as shit. It's kinda weird, isn't it? No idea why. Like, those Quake-like dodges just disappeared. I was catching up to him, like, a normal speed, besides the fact that I couldn't find him. Dance With Me made sense, but at the beginning of that match, no, that didn't remotely make sense. Like, I veered off from chases specifically because they're moving too fast. Specifically, fucking weird. Okay. Yeah, like later on they looked normal. Yeah, just always go. It wasn't just the whips. It was the fact the guy literally went like this. You can't go like this. You can't just like literally just like sidestep like dodge the whip. It doesn't work that way. Like you have to turn your character. Putting that aside, moving too fast also isn't something that has anything to do with being rusty and not hitting whips. Just whips. Cool whip. Whip. And a white word. Okay. Hmm. Yamako Estate. Okay. Alrighty. Jake, Steve, and a Kate. The birds spawn? Spawned? Start spawned. There's a chick in front of me. Or Steve, one of the two. Okay. Other one, very weird. Okay. Double back. Okay. Ran back into that. How would you fake that? No idea. Huh? You should have double backed. Dead hard. Let's go back to where the Adam or the Jakes were, excuse me. Let's see. Or go over here to this one. Might get a body block, I don't think so though. Yeah. Okay, they might unhook behind us, it'd be fine. They did not. What about now? Oop. Buddy. Good job, zombie. What? Doesn't look that way. Use the rescue squad? Aaron working the gen up here. Double back. Right over there. Phase 2. I don't think she understands what's going on here. I don't think she understands what's going on here. Nice dead hard, Steve. Alright. Do we have a hook here for her? She more than likely has DS because of the shit we just saw. So we're gonna go over here. We're gonna hook him, and then we'll go into a chase with her again. It's about to be picked up. Yes. Yep. Bye. And drop. Nope. Nope. Steven is our consolation prize. Let's take the DS now. There it is. Good job. Hey, buddy. Why would you do that? Don't know. Uh-huh. You know she's literally on death hook. Huh? He seems faster than normal. Yeah, she's faster than normal now. Because she's actually dead. Not very good, though. Yeah. 5. No one's here to save you. Huh? Nope, Steven fucked up. With the tip. Okay. Alright. Good job, Steven. Steven also, by the way, is missing health states. Thank you, Steven. Good job. She's dead. Now Steven also is missing health states. So we're going after him. Oh. And we got ourselves a nice gen up here, too. Yeah. And a hook. Hey, buddy. Holy fuck, I have my standby screen up. Oh my god, I'm sorry, guys. There's a lot going on here. Sorry, I just noticed that when I looked up. We're gonna bait an unhook behind us. Good evening, zombie. Good job. Bye. Unhook behind us? No, not yet. They're going to heal. We're gonna wait for them to die now. See any bears? There were reports of bears. I didn't see any though. Now we wait for Steven to die before we hook anyone else. So we don't have any shenanigans, which is what this looks like. We'll pick him up first. Now wait for a 4% deliverance. What, the killer can't look away from the screen? Yeah, I mean, yeah, actually, true. Yeah, that was actually true. I literally couldn't look away from the screen. There's a lot going on there. Expertly hunted down that Kate in case you missed that. Left a close hook just for this guy in case he tried something. Good. Kate's gone. Bye-bye, Kate! I guess that was a queen. We got the queen, guys. Cut off the head. They all slithered away. She actually, like, went in here and started doing the fucking gen. That was ridiculous. Unbelievable. I don't think she understood what was going on there. She was literally dead. And decided she was gonna work on a gen after DSing me. Okay. 2 hook states in, DS, and just went to do a gen. Good. We have BTDH, BTDS, DH, BT. Secondary meta for the people. Prove thyself. A hemo that was used on Kate. This is actually... How the fuck does Kate have more points than anyone else on the team? Or on the second place? That was a very altruistic solo queue if you were all alone. I'd buy a 3-man and a solo. Apparently they're all solo. By the way, people do not use For the People in solo. This is basically like suicide if you use. It's just like using Blood Pact in solos. Basically being tethered to someone that you won't be able to help at all. I'm pretty sure this is a 3 or 4-man. Those guys are literally all on top of body blocking, especially that the Adams for the Kate, and then Steve also was doing that. I'm pretty sure this is a 4-man. Maybe one of the Adams was solo. Who's this guy? Maybe one of the Adams was solo, the one that wasn't escorting the entire match. I don't know who was who. Steve. Yeah, no, he's not solo. Those guys were all in there taking body blocks and protection since. Yeah. That was definitely not a solo group. There's no fucking way those guys were solo. That was Protect the Princess, or Queen. Excuse me. Protect the VIP, guys. Good. Alright, let's put on aggro zombies for the time being. How'd your weekend go, Cully? How'd everyone's weekend go? BTW, was it amazing? I hope so. Okay, we have memers. Level 2 account. Does not bode well. Crass name memer. Very angry one. Got a queen. Possibly. Dreams. Definitely a 4-man. And possibly a solo. Play it. Questionable, but we'll play it. Yeah, that last match 100% was 3-man or 4-man. Especially with Adam that kept coming to the rescue of the Kate. And Steve did that too. Book spread. I think the guy hiding behind the hook was the guy, the Adam with the weird shirt, but the one with the detective jacket was the one that was escorting her constantly. But yeah, I didn't really see any wildlife. No raccoons. I mean, they were there, obviously, but didn't see any. Lots of dogs. Everyone brought their dogs. Some people totally treat their dogs like fucking kids, and I swear to God, like they act like spoiled children, too. You know what I'm talking about. It's like... they treat them like, literally like kids. And then they start acting like spoiled kids. Like whiny all the time. Cryy, whiny. Steve? There was no, yeah. Okay. Very fast dodging. Let's do it. I didn't see any cup doors in here, which is pretty rare. She should have went for that just now. How the fuck did... what? That just went through her. How the fuck did it not take a hit? Oh, no. That's really fucking weird. Like, she was sitting there. She wasn't even doing anything. She just ran through it. That was a dead... that wasn't even a dead heart. She just ran through my whip. Okay. I'm gonna pick her immediately. There might be a head on here. We'll see. We have Katie. We do not. Let's go backside. That was really fucking weird. She's like literally sitting there. Like that wasn't even a fucking like hide. What the fuck was she doing? How the fuck did it work? Is a better question. I'm gonna see an unhook here in a second. From whoever's over here still. Might have left. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Then she tried to act like she died. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. Give me your DS. I don't know why she ever thought that this wouldn't happen. Okay. Go for hook. I guess she saved it? I think there was an attempted flashlight save there, and she didn't. I'm pretty sure she still has DS. I'd like to reset one of those, but we don't have time. All I was willing to give. Hey, buddy. Okay. Yep. Knew that was gonna happen. Keep going, Steven. Dead hard. Okay. Bye. Eight. Seems relatively fast. Jesus Christ. This might be a speed hack. Yeah, that might be a speed hack right there. Yes, now she saved it, which she might have. Coming to save her? Nope. Doesn't look that way. Aw, there's the DC tech. Good for her. We're looking for Kate now. There she is. Hey, buddy. Return, Kate. Okay. Fucking weird how they keep saying, like, they're all trying to do the crouch thing, and the crouch thing, pretty sure only worked earlier because that guy was too fast. Let's see. We have split gens here. We're gonna have to go over here. Well, it does if they get behind a window, but they have to get behind the window first for it to actually happen. And they weren't behind the window, so it didn't matter. These guys are doing gens way too fast, if you guys aren't getting that. Immediately went over to the gen. I'm pretty sure these guys are cheating. Let's actually push for an unhook here. There he goes. Beautiful. That guy just unhooked from across the way. That's really fucking... I'm pretty sure he wasn't at the hook. Get these up. Yeah. Let's see if we can get hook before DS. I don't think so, but sometimes. I like to think if they have a long DS check, you can possibly hook them before they get the check. But, yeah. That should have hit just now. Taking too long. Another W key. This is definitely a cheat lobby, guys. Rock. Okay, I don't know why she did that. Okay. Unfucking believable. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, we got a hooker, and then we got to go for hatch, which is over there. I don't think we're gonna make it. They're at the handle. That's unfortunate. This is a cheat lobby, as I mentioned before. Those guys were pounding the gens way too fast. This last gen was basically done about exactly at the right amount of time. Nope. Not the way this is gonna work, my dude. Oh, shit. Your turn, Steven. You better be going for handle. He's not. There he goes. He's going on the other side. And handle's not primed over here, so we are going to risk unbreakable for 4K. But it's not going to matter because this other handle's not primed and it's going to go into a long chase. Huh? It's a W key distance. Is. Oh, there's a up door here, guys. Back through. It's going around. Yep. You got a dead eye for me, Steven? Oh. And that's a 4K. We're gonna bleed out the other guy. Actually, no, he went for pallet. We're gonna pick him up and hook him right away. Because he might have unbreakable or something. Maybe flip-flop with an unbreakable. Now wait for 4% in deliverance. Definitely cheat lobby, guys. The Kate also got fast later on in the match if you guys didn't get that, where she just basically vaulted one thing and just WQ'd across the entire map. Just like the Nia did, where she went all the way around the boundary. No looping in any way, shape, or form there. Absolutely zero looping. Pretty sure Neo is also cheating. Stuff. You know what? Close the gap. Have an offering? No. RNG for hatch now? There he is. Ew. And you're mine. Potentially actually get out right now if he has a flip-flop. That'd be very unfortunate. He does not. Good. If you had a flip-flop, you could get off my shoulder, and then the handle's basically like 95 right now. It's pretty close. Yeah. This is definitely a cheat lobby. As I mentioned, guys, crass names. So this is kind of crass, but this is a meme. Stepsis, right? The porn trope meme. Thickness overload. And there's some Pipe Bruno. There's some in their naming schemes too. Alrighty. Let's pour the Nia. Yeah. Okay. And the Kate. I don't know which one of the guys are doing the gens too fast. Probably Stepsis, but that could be anything. But anyways, crouching only matters if you're behind something. That Kate was not... Oh, the Nia also fucking... So, the way Nemesis work is it's supposed to... Nemesis whip is supposed to have 4 tendrils that shoot out from him. So if you crouch behind something, basically, when you're behind something, the whip will go over the top and it will not hit you. However, the Nia was not crouched behind something. She was in front of the wall. She didn't even go over the top of it, unless there's some sort of fucked up collision there. She didn't even go over the top of the wall. So I hit her in front of the window. That wasn't behind the window. In front of the window, and for some strange reason, it didn't actually register. But like I said, these guys are definitely cheating, so no real surprise there. There might have been something else weird going on there. Like, normally what you see is if people are running too fast, they'll do the do where they vault the window and then they crouch immediately afterwards. Putting aside that almost all the time you can hit them while they're vaulting and they'll never be able to crouch in time. They crouched the window and then attempted to hide even though they didn't time it properly at all. Like they're trying to do like a YouTube meme thing. Like there's a streamer that does shit like that. But once again, it doesn't actually work unless you're like you're timed it perfectly and like you have the opportunity to do so, which they never did, but they still did it anyways. And it worked in front of the window, which is not supposed to work in front of the window at all. Doesn't even make sense. And I don't know whether or not Steve or the Jake were speeding up. It was one of the two. We're speeding up the gens. You can't tell when people are cheating well, it doesn't even show up in their score. So you can't tell who is cheating. First guy we tunneled out, that was a Nia, right? Yeah. We can't even see what score she had, and then it was followed by the Kate. As a cheat lobby. Maybe we'll have to VPN around. Maybe I'm getting sniped? I'm not sure. Give it another one. We've definitely had some sus games already tonight, so... It's not because I'm fucking rusty. Fuck you. A bunch of globes. Well, given our games tonight, that doesn't mean much of anything. Good, good, good. Still tired, guys. Still recovering from vacation. I got some vitamin D today, and not that kind of vitamin D. Which also made me tired. You know when you get a little bit of sun and you just feel kind of burnt out? Yeah. And get rid of that right away. Had astronomical... Not I probably had like 3 cups of coffee today. Yeah. Ish? No, I don't think I even had 3 cups. I had like 3 sodas, or diet sodas, when I woke up because there's no coffee. And each one of those is basically like a third of a coffee. And I had a coffee this evening. Not on stream. And then I had my soda right now. Yeah, so maybe 2.5 cups of coffee. D equals the dick? No, the vitamin D. The D3. The kind that helps you sleep and wake up. And helps with your circadian rhythm. Circadian rhythm? Circadian rhythm? However you say it. Other one. There. Yeah, alright. Might just bail. I think they're... There they are. Buddy. Missed you. That's lovely. Good, good. Ah, not the office. Felix must have told you that I broke off him because of the office. I totally broke off him because of the office, not because I wanted to face you with. Uh-huh. Brought. Like they broke that zombie in front too. God. Christ, guys. Oh my fucking Jesus Christ. What the fuck's with the gens here? Or the hooks? That was like one oomph away from her getting off my shoulder just now. Second most done gen is over there, not the one in front of us, weirdly enough. Even though there's a guy working this one. Very weird. Hero! Lots of cheaters tonight. Not lots, but a decent number of cheaters tonight so far. Yeah, I just got out of cheat lobby. Just, like, they weren't even good, they're just... What? We're gonna go back and look at that. No. You can't make that. With the tip. Alright, consolation prize on Steven. That. Do we have KD? We do not. Dude, the fuck is with the hooks here? This is trolling. You marvel. You enjoy my pure beauty. She thinks it's a dead spot. Kinda is. DS now. No DS. Be a door here. Yeah. I don't know why Steven just killed himself, but he did. There's a lot of opportunity here still, and that zombie in the corner is broken. Yeah. Wait for her to die. Canvy's bad for DV. Yeah, I better not do that. I better not do what helps me. Yeah. So Steven and the Nancy were probably together. Let's go main. Okay. Another Nancy. Oh, it looks like he doesn't want me to chase Nancy, so we're definitely going to chase Nancy. Yeah, he really doesn't want me chasing Nancy for some reason. Uh-huh. Ooh. Just a little bit of lie there. Hold off, bitch. No, I'm chasing your girlfriend, and there's nothing you can do about it except follow me. We'll learn the futility. She's still in the corner? Is she in the locker? What the fuck is this shit? Uh-huh. We could give him Hatch, too, if we just really want to drive home the futility of what just happened there. And then we had this game, so... I mean, you can break up everything else that just happened with this game, so... Whatever this was. Couples night? This looks like a double couples night with the Steve and the Nancy, and then the Nancy and the Felix. Double couple skew. And the zombie's still broken in the corner. Hey, there were a bunch of consoles, guys. We have DSBT, DH, there's a Trinity, BT, DH, BT. Secondary meta, we have Adrenaline. Prove Thyself, Irons. And she has nothing. Yep. And then we had this game, guys. And then we had this game. But I brought a flan, so, you know, it should be all good, right? Yeah, we're all good because of the flan. We're never gonna get this. Literally never gonna get this. Unless I try for it. I don't want to try for it. Got a memer. Why doesn't it give you a preview link when you hover over a hyperlink in their profile? Like it does with the web browser. Might be... Oh, yeah, this is a fucking guild. Next game. They're wearing clan tags. One of them was, the other one had it in his used names. Here. Kind of weird. I was watching some streamers tonight were getting very difficult games, and other streamers were not getting difficult games at all. I don't really understand. I swear to God, certain... we have a crass memer, which probably means cheating. There. Crass memers are usually cheaters, so... There's no other challenges. If I did another challenge, like I'd have to... I think it's I have to play a specific... Oh. Oh, buddy. Yeah, no. For some reason, we are on East Coast. Goodbye. We just got pushed to a different region. Okay. Well, as I mentioned before, earlier tonight, we're going to do some shenanigans in the background here, see if this changes anything. Which it might or might not. But we just got pushed to a different region, so I'm going to change some things. I just noticed that. By the way, you don't get pushed to a different region unless you group with friends. This game will never change your fucking region, ever. You will sit in queue until the sun grows big and consumes the planet. There is nothing that will push you to a different region unless you're grouping with someone. The only time you'll get pushed to a different region. So if you're getting pushed to a different region, that means someone's either grouping with you or there's something sus going on in the background, guys. So, yeah. Is usually what happens when I get my boatloads of cheater games, is when I get region pushed. So. Yeah, it's much better, and you have to make sure the kind of key to things is prorating your power. You always have to make sure you cancel your power yourself, so it gives you back the most, unless you, like, try to eat a pallet. There's all sorts of nuances you can do it, like eating a pallet hit on purpose or something like that. But basically it allows you to challenge pallets no matter what. It's not my build. It's been around the internet. I'm not going to take, the pallet break build's been around for a while. Not going to take, credit for that one, but yeah, works pretty good. Well, let's see if this is a TTV or fake TTV. Fake TTV, which usually means they're cheating or they don't want TTVs to play with them. Might be a TTV, but they don't stream. Yeah. You don't need to use Overcharge. Overcharge is a very particular perk to me. Some people like using Brine. The classic ones which are going to be disappearing is Pop and Pain Resonance. Party streamers. You can do you. I don't use, on Legion, I don't use Overcharge. I use Deadlock. The third, or the fourth perk, which I left up to you, I use Deadlock to slow down the generators. But that really matters when you're tunneling and camping. Otherwise, even without tunneling and camping, Deadlock almost seems like a requirement on most killers, just to slow things down. And Ormond is usually where we get our cheaters, so... Yeah. Well, let's see how this goes, guys. Maybe this is just a normal Ormond game. Out of all the maps I've played, guys, Ormond is the one where we get the most cheaters. So... It's always Sus, followed by Badam and Haddonfield. Updoors are gone. Shack. The kill shack? Yeah. There's two people here at the very least. Guy went downstairs. Very certain a guy went downstairs. There's something. There should be 3 people here. Based on our gen progress, that's really weird. What the fuck? Had to have been the progress of 3 people once again. I said we might just have a cheat lobby here. It's intentional. Hit just now? Yep. Hey guys. Phase 2. Yeah. She has an escort, which means she's bad. Yeah. Or not cheating, one of the two. Yeah. We have a queen, or VIP of some kind. That's not cheating. What the fuck was that? Yeah, this is a normal player. In this abyss of bullshit that you're seeing right now. Yeah, we definitely have a cheat lobby. They're doing gens way too fast too on top of it. Oh my god. Lots of cheating tonight, guys. Buddy. Yeah, that's good. Hi. Why would you not take a protection hit? BT's up. Yep. DS now, possibly. Nope. That should have hit. No, gotta keep punching. No. Yeah. It's fine. Goes. Gotta pick her up immediately, don't have time to break the pallet. Okay. We're gonna go to the hook in front of us, so they'll be trailing us. Okay. Definitely a cheat lobby. Jesus Christ. The lure with the flashlight? Read on flashlight clicks. I have a tech for that. Which is, when they're flashlight clicking you, they aren't doing anything. Flashlight clickers are actually good if you're a killer, assuming you can maintain your composure. Way over there on the side. Yeah, they're way outside. Yeah. Out here. She's running way too fast. That is Zalandi. Yeah, BT's up. Tip again. Pick. I think there might be a guy behind me. DS. Nope, she's dead. Okay. Yeah, so the Londi's 100% cheating. She actually sped up to get to the hook on time. That was like she was running like 108% at the end there. Okay. Might immediately double back, we'll see. No. Okay. Didn't make it. The guy's on a gen. Nothing. Okay. Way the fuck over there, don't care. Saving up a sprint burst or something? There we go. Uh-huh. Lovely clicks too. Okay. We're waiting for zombie backup. No pull. Get up. Not ready for pickup yet. How the fuck did he get all the way over here on the side? Alright. She might have Unbreakable. We'll have to wait and see here. We're going to hook him first, though. And obviously she has DS, so... Jesus Christ. Wait for her 4% deliverance. And DS. Other Meg does not have Unbreakable. She would have popped it for sure. Okay. Yikes. Yikes. This Alandi, when we saw her go over there, she did not have enough time to make it over to the hook over there. So she ran, like, super fast. Like, when I caught her, she was, like, running at, like, a 108 or something. 110, maybe? It was very... Not 110. 110. Very, very fast. Very, very fast. Just going to the comp corner right now. Well, we're gonna bleed out the mag then. We don't have enough time to actually reach anything else. Yeah. To the comp corner she goes. And there's the hatch. Oh no, she has adrenaline, guys. Whatever we're gonna do. I mean, unless she has a key hidden, which they might. Doesn't really matter. Oh my god, BHVR. Yeah. Should hit. That's a tip. Okay. And dead. Good for her. Yeah, so these guys are doing gens way, way too fucking fast. And I was pretty sure there's a guy in the basement over there somewhere. You can see the scratch marks going down into the basement, and somehow we missed him. Maybe he ran behind me in the corner. Sometimes they can play some weird tricks on you in the basement. But I checked the corners before I went around and started doing lockers, so I don't know. If they left a locker, we would have seen them run away or just walk away. We have DH. This is a fake TTV, by the way. DH, BT, DH, BT, DH, DH, BT. Secondary meta. Adrenalines. Prove thyself. Built to last with a big toolbox. Circle of healing. Irons. And we're gonna live forever. Okay. And then Alandi was gonna get a report, which is down here. I need more space. Too bad you can't type a paragraph. That would be too much. And then... it's the top guy. Meg. That was the flashlight clicker who did nothing except flashlight clicker at me the entire match. $18,000. There was a Commodius and there was a BNP. Still did not match with gen speed in my opinion. I think that was on the Felix. Yes. Yeah. Fun. Fun, fun, fun. Fun, 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 guys. Lots of really sus lobbies tonight. Not exactly sure what's going on here. It could be getting ready for the patch this coming week. That could be it. Like more the tryhards are on right now because they're getting ready for patch day. To really fuck the killers good. Yeah, man. Yeah. And this is a guy from earlier. Weird. Or just someone with the very same name, which is a meme name. Weird. Just in case this is the same player. In my location, guys, I really shouldn't have repeat matches unless, like, I just, like, instantly leave and instantly rejoin. But even then, it's not going to be the same. Because survivors and killers have different queue times. Wouldn't even make sense. You can, it's more difficult to stream snipe in the US unless you're doing some, like, stream sniping being basically cheating, but it's not really the same thing as actual cheating, right? It's like gray area cheating. Stream sniping doesn't work out very well in this game unless you're living in UK and Ireland, because they have a really tiny server over there. I'm guessing it'd probably also be easy in Australia, because from what I hear, they have a tiny player base over there, too. And I have 2 globes with spaces in their name, which probably means PC players. Good. Hope you're having a good evening, chat. Because you're all lovely. You look beautiful. Oh, yes, you do. Like zombies in-game. But yeah, anyways, the moral of the story with the flashlights is if they're clicking at you, they can't do other shit. So if all they're doing is flashlight clicking, act like you're going to take a chase with them and then just don't. Which is what I was doing there. And they'll always come back for more. Because they think they're getting under your skin, so just play them. It doesn't matter, you just use them as a piece on the board. That means that they aren't doing gens and they aren't doing anything useful. Oh yeah? 2 cold winds. Okay. Chad is the internet cat. What? I mean, it likes you till you pet it the wrong way? But I like petting things. Oh, by the way, like, I went camping and I forgot to buy water. Huge mistake not buying water. And there was, like, water available, right? But you have to, like, go to a fountain. 100% should have bought bottled water and I didn't. I bought soda. Diet soda, but didn't get water. I consume, like, an inordinate amount of water, and when I don't, I just dry up. I turn into a husk. A zombie, if you will. No! Uh-huh. Who's that? What? Eggroll? Grail? I was supposed to take bear mace? I did not. I wonder if they even have bear mace there. Cold wind. Let's see if we have another cheat lobby. Drink your own pee. I don't think I need to go that far. I could have went to the fountain. It's just laziness prevails in that situation. 2 Steves, 2 Felixes, or whatever his name is, the police officer. It's not Felix. Door down. Bird. 2 people, maybe 3. Oh. tap this for you. That. He just got in a locker. Yeah, right there. There's another guy back here, too. No, he went around the front, apparently. Buddy. Nice. Hard. Okay. Weird. Got a lot of distance in there. You had to have dead-hearted. That wasn't the gen they were working on. Second most done gen is in the building, too. Pressing? Yes, it is. Yep. Yep. And there's rescue. So I see a second guy. Oh. We're gonna assume both these guys are the only two over here, and the other guy's doing a gen. Allows me a little more flexibility with pats. Almost there, Leon. Uh-huh. There we go. Beautiful. Yep. That's lovely. Other guys across the map. Holy fuck! Well, I was gonna wait that out, but Zombie took care of that shit for me. And all the guys over there in front of me. So we can wait out DS now. Other guy has to come for rescue. First place Steven is phase 2. Have an unbreakable too. He's going, looks like he's going through the building. Fuck. Fuck you. There. Oh. One of these guys have unbreakable. Why would you even be bothering with the gen? There he is. We're gonna wait for the other guy in the hook to die. Oh, he's over there. Yeah. Might go for pickup, that's fine. It just means it's gonna be another iteration. Because we just obliterated 2 of them. And there it is. Oh no. Not that. Yeah. What the fuck is that shit? Turned away for 1 second. Like I blinked and didn't follow through when he spun me. I think he just dead-hearted too. Get her. ourselves a good old-fashioned DC for hatch now. Guess he's on a gen. Locker, maybe? I think he's just sitting in a locker over here. Oh, he's hurt. I can look for pools and sound. Well, pools mainly, because... The fuck? Why the fuck's he's over here? What the fuck? He's doing the gen literally right next to the guy. Okay, well, there's that, guys. Now, never would suspect the gen literally right on top of the guy that's dead. Yeah. Alright, for 4% and deliverance. Oh, I missed that. I used to call them blood flowers during Degenerate Hour. I stopped doing that. Yeah, I missed that. I stopped doing that because they would just leave them to die. It became commonplace where they would just fuck off, and we get like a one. I mean, we'd still do like 2 to 3Ks, but there's a higher probability than the way that I play now of us literally just like getting an out or even like 2 people out. But I had to play that way for Degenerate Hours, and Degenerate Hours has a lot more people that cheat, and a lot more Super Sweat and Ultra Sweat squads. Highly organized squads playing, you know, like late night. Yeah. So I found it better to actually play around, I call them strategic hooks, which are hooks next to generators, so I get regression. It sweetens the pot because then people are more likely to come and try and rescue because there's a gen there that's regressing. The guy's on the hook. It makes it super sweet for them to actually attempt to save things. And then I have overcharge. Some people would probably use Call of Brine to dissuade them from tapping because they'll love, when you're doing that shit, they love coming over to harass you by tapping gens. And when you get them into an overcharge bullshit, you get them into an overcharge pissing contest, eventually they'll miss their overcharge and they'll pop it for you for 15%. And then you can just keep doing it, and usually after they pop it once, they'll just keep popping the gen. Because they fuck up and it's morale, hurts their morale. DH, BT, DS, DH? BT, DH. If you guys are curious though, look through my highlights. You can find some that are like Blood Flower or Basement. Are usually like 4Ks in the basement. Blood Flower is what I consider when you get 4 people on the hooks and they all die at the same time. And we used to get those, not relatively regularly, but a couple times, maybe not a couple, like at least once a week. They don't happen anymore because I don't really play Basement anymore. Basement is still very strong, and we'll be playing in the future. But, yeah, because we have to. But I basically retired Basement. If you are a worse killer than me, and you're not very good at proxy camping, I would definitely suggest using Basement. Basement exists in the game, and I had plenty of survivors back when I did that during Degenerate Hour, and even up past Degenerate Hour during MMR, before I switched off to my strategic hooks. I had plenty of survivors that would get angry because I was using Basement. Not even joking. They would feel as though I shouldn't be using Basement, because Basement is OP as shit and broken. Back when I played Survivor, one of the reasons I started using Basement is because when I played Survivor, I knew how strong Basement was, and I didn't know why killers never used it. I still don't know why a lot of killers don't use it, especially when they generally don't do very good on a regular basis, because it offers a lot of pressure and allows you to get a big handle on the game. They'll usually just, like, if you see it happen, they'll put someone down there and just leave, and then they lose all their pressure. Yeah, and if you bub it in the basement, they'll probably just fucking they don't give a shit. Yeah, Bubba in the basement is just gone, which is why a lot of Bubba's use Insidious to hide the fact that they're in the basement. Where the meme comes from. Yeah, basement is still very good. I don't use it because I want to go for 4K rather than, like, you have to give a little bit to get something back sort of ordeal. You have to, one of the reasons I don't play Cannibal is because he's too good at what he does, even though I camp a lot. And you have to allow survivors the idea that they can actually attempt to save and, you know, do it, right? If you basically give them no hope of a save, they won't just do it, they'll just do gens instead. So you have to play the psychology bit a little bit. You want them to try and save, which is why I play a lot of Nemesis. Another one of the reasons, because he's not like a top 3. I don't even know if Spirit counts anymore as top 3. He's not like a top 3, but he's still pretty good. He's probably one of the best B tier killers in the game. Not saying much, but Eerie and Hook Spread. Okay. Yeah, Bubba in the basement they just ignore you. Yep. Yeah, basement is still strong. It's still a good asset to use depending on how many kills you normally get and how many kills you want to go for. But be aware if you apply too much pressure. Back when I used to do that, I used to use Force Penance and Blood Echo. It used to be one of my original builds, and I'd use that to dissuade Zerging of the basement and prevent them from making a bunch of combo plays. Because Force Penance, you get more value out of Blood Echo if they can't heal, and Force Penance prevents them from doing so. And oftentimes when they're very altruistic and trying to save each other, they'll take a lot of protection hits, which means they can't heal back up, which is still a very good anti-Zerg perk. Force Penance is, STBFL is what I use now, Starstruck, and also Mad Grit are all very good anti-Zerging perks. They help protect you from survivors just fucking with you constantly. Let's break your cuck door. Normally there's one person that spawns by me. There's a zombie. Okay. Very weird. She's fast. Uh-huh. Fucked up though. Drop. Shouldn't drop. I'm just gonna go for a hit. But tap the gen immediately. Pretty sure they're in this one. They are. Guys, here, let me do this for you. Ah. On my left, we'll see if they pop it, and it'll be good. Let's see. We got this. They did not pop it, unfortunately. We can't make that with interference. Good. Guy should be coming behind us right now. There we go. Michaela should be training off me now. We're gonna get a whip. Stay still. And Michaela should rescue right now. Right. Yeah, bye. We just got aim assisted into her. Can't make that. I waited till the last possible moment there in order to capitalize. She probably has DS, otherwise it'd be fucking with me. Okay. We do have a basement here, but we don't need it. Notice once again how I'm trying to put them next to the gens that are being worked on. That's a strategic hook. Something of value in the vicinity or where it's being located. Very useful. Tapping back. Another Michaela? There's two people here now. I don't know where the Feng came from. Yeah. That was a little bit too slow. She's very fast. Okay. She just walked through the character. He's up. DS now, if she kept it, she might have. Nope, she's dead. There's a W key back. They're going to take protection hits here on purpose. That works for me. Keep going, guys. Keep going. You got some... Lovely! Save the best for last. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's see where Michaela is. Buddy. Is that a sprint burst? Why are you so fast? Okay. I'm just coming. Like, they do stuff like this to rile you, for instance. You were talking about flashlight clickers earlier. She wants me to hit her. Oh, I'm not giving you stuff and things for free. It's not the way this works. She could be going for pickup. I don't know why she didn't pick up the thing. She just dead-hearted. Yeah. She just dead-hearted in front of me. That was a dead hard, if you guys missed that. We're actually missing a hook here. I don't know if we can even make this. I don't think we can make this, guys. It's really close. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to make this. She's gonna get off right now. Oh, very close. She must have missed a struggle, or she's using the legacy. That was 1 second off of her getting off my shoulder. Now wait for 4% deliverance. So she got off, and she dead hard in front of me. That's why I missed. Good. We have a hook behind us. I was trying to save a hook. I didn't want to end up with a dead spot. Unless she has flip-flop. Alrighty. Good. All four. That basement, in order for me to get to that basement, I would have went around and had to go down and around it. It's not nearly as close as it looked like. Yeah, the Michaela had to be on the last wiggle. And she probably is using the legacy controls for that. Good. Why are you trying so hard? Why are they trying so hard? I'm out of my alkaline water, guys. If you think so, you should try it. If it was that easy and you would easily get more than a 1 to 2k, everyone would do it. But, alas, there is a waiting line for Survivor, not Killer. For you. I enjoyed it. You can't get more than a 1 to 2k by face camping if that's what you think I did there. 4k bad. Keep lying to yourself. Love gaslighting survivors. Nom 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 nom. Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, that's it's a strategy and tactic. That's how you win. And they don't like it because it works. They tell you not to do it just like they tell you not to use NOED, and NOED's a bad perk. Because it's good, and it works. Survivors are not your friends, guys. They're the other team. They're not trying to help you win. They're literally trying to get you to suck their dick so they can bukkake all over you in the endgame. That's all they're trying to do. They'll say all sorts of fun stuff in chat. They'll sweet talk you like nobody's business, but at the end of the day, they want you to suck dick so they can escape and bukkake all over your face. That's what they want to do. That's why they tell you the things that they do. That's why when you go, like I said before, guys, when you 1K, they'll make fun of you and go, ha, you're such a bad killer. You 2K, they'll go, yeah, man, you didn't even do, like, you didn't even win. You could have done better than this. Why, you're fucking bad. When you 3K, they'll go, lol, you lost the last guy regardless if it's a hatch or not. Lol, you lost the last guy, you couldn't even 4K. And when you 4K, they get delusional as fucking shit, and they start gaslighting the fuck out of you. We've gotten death threats, we've gotten all sorts of fucking shit. When you 4K, they lose their fucking shit, especially really good lobbies that are spoiled and entitled. They feel like they always deserve to get out with 0 losses or maybe 1 loss. And it's usually like a pity. It's a pity fuck. You know, they'll give you the pity loss. Or they'll give you that one guy that gives you the end chase when the gates are all primed, and they feel bad for you because you're a bad killer, and they give you the puppy dog treatment. Yeah. Yeah, they're used to doing shit like that, and then you toss their shit, and then they get pissed about it, which is what just happened there. Yeah. Yeah, you're not. They're trying to win. I don't make fun of them for blocking. I don't make fun of them for making coordinated plays. I don't shit talk them or feel bad or not feel bad. I don't hold it against them if they do for the people plays, if they're doing blood pact, if they're doing syringes, if they're taking. We had a squad earlier with a bunch of guys that just continually took protection hits for each other. We eventually killed the guy we're chasing, but we ended up with a line of bodies across the fucking map. And I don't fault them for that. They want to win. I want to win. But for some reason, killers are not allowed to try at this game. Only survivors are allowed to try and win. And that doesn't make sense. It's not fair. Right? A lot of things aren't fair in the game, but in this case, this is a game. Or in life. Life's a game, too. But in this, it's not fair, but, you just do what the fuck you want. It doesn't matter. We've gone against cheat lobbies. We get cheaters relatively frequently. We get stream sniped. Well, not so much stream sniped as, like, cheater lobby sniped. Or that we get cheaters that queue into my game. Like, their push comes to shove, like, Survivors are just going to poop all over you, if they can. But try your best to try and stop that, so. No. We got people with spaces in their names, which means they're probably on PC. Yeah, just don't listen to them. There's not enough killers in the game. Like, even I definitely have not, like, I'm still relatively new to the DVD directory, as in only been here for a year and a half. I'm not the one that pioneered tunneling or camping, but I'm definitely one of the people that does it the best. And I'm going to straight out say that. Like when I was doing this a year ago on Twitch, by the way, there's no one doing it on Twitch, and this is because we played against Degenerate Hours, which is some of the worst survivors as prior to MMR. One of the worst survivors in the game. Either people are cheating, or super hardcore sweaters, or sometimes both. You have to tunnel and camp to do well against them. There's no other way. Yeah. Like, I don't slug, but, you know, certain killers are more into that playstyle because you have to do it, like Nurse or Twins. I generally don't slug unless there's something special going on, like that last match they overcommitted, and I'm not going to give up some slugs for a chance at hitting someone that then just resets the whole slugs, right? If I know where they are, I just can wait it out. I'm not forced to hit them because they're BMing me, right? Like that guy kept poking my nose and booping me and dropping their med kit and teabagging all sorts of stupid shit because they wanted me to punch them so they could make a trade. And they could have got a 3-man reset, possibly a 3-man reset out of that. And I didn't do it. I just didn't do it because, surprise, what survivors want you to do generally is not in your best interest as killer. It blows everyone's mind, but that's the way it works. You have to be fast with pallets. You have to push them away. When they're near pallets, you have to push them away and then immediately go for grab. And you can't sit there and wait for the guy to bleed out because it takes too much time. You can't wait for bleed outs. It's just better literally taking the pallet slap and just going on another chase than it is waiting on the shit. Ormond! We tend to get more cheaters in Ormond, guys, like we did earlier on the last Ormond. So just be aware. Ormond, the most cheated at map for me is Ormond, followed by Dam and Haddonfield. But mainly Ormond. I think it has something to do with the line of sights. They really like that shit. We'll see, though. I have nothing against Ormond. I don't hate the map. Check the gen. Okay. Obvious. Okay. I think we got a carry. Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. The AFK Fang. Hey Fang! What if we, what if I go for you instead? Okay. I don't mind an AFK. Let's go put you in the kill dungeon. By the way, this is also where you get people that toggle. Sometimes they'll fake AFK. When she gets back from pissing and thinking she had enough time, she'll wonder what the fuck's going on in this game. I was just talking about earlier how I don't use kill dungeon anymore. But I feel like this is important. It's like the most dungeon is across the map. And we have kill dungeon here too. Our zombies is already broken. Spawn broken, probably. Enough time. There she goes. Phase 2. I'm already at phase 2. Wait for phase 2 on her. If she's still AFK, she's gonna die. Guys coming over. Backed. Good. Okay. Now, you did not have enough time to use the bathroom and grab Cheetos. Sorry. Let's go check this gen. It was work done earlier. Probably 2 people here. Yeah, guess the other guy's in the back here. Okay. Go reset our zombie. Standing in the open, guys. Brain turned off. Okay. Erratic scratch marks. Okay. Okay. Go outside. Okay. Eh, she just fucked up her sprint burst. Drop. Okay. See if we can get a front seat hook here. Should have a pick. Oh, we can't. They're doing gens pretty fast considering they had a rando that just was not in existence. Let's do gen group, I guess. Oh. Okay. Very weird. Pick these up. He's fast. Okay. DS now. Okay. Yeah. We're just gonna hook her and leave. These guys are literally just gonna try and commit to gens, so I guess they're on gens right now. Gonna hook and leave immediately and force someone to get off a gen to go for save. Very weird. Nowhere close to gens. There shouldn't have been someone tailing me. The fucking weird Alandi are clouded again. Goes. Can't make it. Dead hard. DS now. She has saved, which she might. That Claudia is sus as fuck, guys. Good. We're gonna chase the Kate after we tap the gen. He seems fast. Look how fast your legs are moving. Gate. Leg gate. Not very good, though. Nope. Alright, there's the other guy. Unless their zombies fucked up. No scratch marks. There they are. Very weird. Is she missing scratch marks while running? She's definitely missing scratch. Like I said, the Claudette is fucking weird as shit. push her outside. Try again. There we go. Pretty sure she's cheating. She also is warped on the ground. Okay. Very, very weird. Definitely missing scratch marks. Okay. They actually got pretty far, considering we literally just killed the one other guy off the first hook, so, or off the beginning of the game. Like, you couldn't kill him any faster than what happened there. Then again, they also didn't attempt to rescue, so that also saved them some time. If she had, well, let's find out if she has power struggle flip-flop. Okay. 4% deliverance. Oh. Small window, she can use it, and she didn't. If you want to be really sweaty, you wait for the other guy to die before you hook her. So then she can't 4% at all. Good, good, good. Okay. Alright. Sometimes makes you wonder. That's just a DC. Good. And there's our Fang with no perks. And then our Claudette's getting a report. It might not be a teleport, so if you're cheating, you can definitely turn off your scratch marks. You can also turn off your blood pools. When we went outside the back, there were scratch marks at the corner area, and there was an entirely missing swath of scratch marks through the center back area, and she didn't have enough time to walk that. And then they started again. But the blood pools were there, like I checked. And the blood pools were there, but the scratch marks were not. And the blood pools would have been closer, too, if she had walked that. And they were. Pretty sure our Claudette was cheating. As I mentioned earlier, she was sus. And very squirrely, too, but could just be good. Shame about the GC. I'm not ashamed. I don't care about that. That helps me. They can DC all they want. It sucks if you're on Survivor, but I'm not a Survivor, so maybe we should get some more killer mains instead. If you're back, guys, I gotta get some water. Use the bathroom, excuse me. Alrighty, guys. Can taste my food. My verdict, by the way, on alkaline water, because I was curiously just gonna try it, is I don't think it matters at all. Some of them have like I was just trying the Invigorate, which is a really expensive shit. Yeah, and it has like electrolytes in it, but you can get that with Gatorade. There's no point. But otherwise, I don't think it makes any difference. I think the best water is just basically pH neutral. It feels like alkaline water increases acid reflux for me too. I've mentioned this before. Even though it's supposed to reduce acid reflux, I think it's one of those things where your stomach starts producing more acid to make up for the fact that you're getting a base, because your body balances it, and then it just gives me acid reflux. Got a memer. It's just a memer. Crass memers are more likely to cheat than just memers. Those crass memers are highly likely to cheat, so people with like Prolapse Machine 5000 or I fucked your mom in the ass all night long or cum guzzler, stuff like that, are usually people that are just they're basically morally bankrupt, and I don't mean that as in they like sex, but rather they just don't give a shit about life. Followed by memers, but memers aren't always bad, and then weebs are above that in terms of likeliness to cheat. And it's pretty strong. Look for crass names. Look for crass names, and then correlate it with people that you suspect are cheating. And crass names are very high on the list. And I'm not like, I don't care if you swear or anything like that, but it's like people that just don't give a shit about life. And you look through their name history too, because sometimes they won't be overly apparent with their current name, but click and look at the name history. Yeah. Weebs are just people that, like, it's not malicious, it's basically like chaotic neutral in like Dungeons and Dragons. Like, they honestly just want to be a fucking anime superhero so badly that they're willing to do anything to basically be Naruto, is what it comes down to. They feel like they're superpowered like Vegeta, and they deserve to be able to do that in games. I know, that's the best way I can point it out. But it's definitely crass names are at the bottom, followed by memers, which generally sometimes overlap with crass names, and then weebs. They really, really want to fucking hit you with your rice again, right? And let's fucking shove this shit in there. Look good in front of their friends. Literally Naruto running through the fucking forest in Dead by Daylight. It's crass names, but it's not so common with memers. It's definitely not super common with weebs, but the bottom there's crass names, and then guild tags to people that are in guilds. You just gotta look out for people in guilds. That goes up there with your VAC bands and your rank 1 accounts with nothing on it. Yeah, the level 1 accounts. Basically a fresh Steam account. Good. Hope you guys are having a wonderful night, by the way. Happy Sun Month. Sun Month tends to be one of the sweatiest nights of the week. And that's mainly because normal people go to bed. Red Forest, by the way. Normal people go to bed on time. And the reasoning for that is because they have a work week ahead of them. So most casual players are in bed early because they're like, yeah, man, I gotta put it in all for this next week. You know, like they start the week with Moxie before they just give up on life, right? So Sun Month tends to be the sweatiest of the nights. Okay. There you go. That's a delight. Okay. He's gonna double back. That's fine. We're gonna break it. He's gonna go on my left. Oh. Double back. No. Weird looking costume. Got a W key. Otherwise you can go a different route. What the fuck just happened? Erratic scratch marks. Okay. Guard. We're gonna go tap this. I think there's a guy on it. Yeah, I don't know if we'll make this. I don't think we will, but we'll still try. We went the wrong way. Thank you, Meg! Oh my god, Claudette, you're beautiful. What a nice guy. What a nice guy, Claudette. Look at the wall. Okay. And... we do not have... oh, this is unfortunate. Yeah, that's a really well protected gen, unfortunately. No strategic hook, guys. There's a guy in back. We'll bait an unhook. We'll go for a tap here. He's going to unhook behind us. Right now. So that's zombie arms. Okay. These two. Hey, buddy. BT's up. Drop. Should have dropped that. Very greedy. Yeah. And we got a lock, too. Possible DS. Okay. This is actually the preferred hook we wanted earlier, but I couldn't get here, which is in front of the gen. So we get even more regression. Zombie Chan seems to know what's going on here. Zombie Chan could be being sweet-talked by a cheater, too. But sometimes Zombie Chan is smart. Tap again. Oh my god, there's a Claudette in front of me. Okay. Oh. Didn't want to farm the friend. I don't think we make that. Nope. Go back. Okay. Gonna secure a kill. There's a Claude or a rescuer. Buddy. Pressure. There we go. That's beautiful. That. With the tip, the tippity tip. Beautiful. That's a very fast gen considering these guys are occupied. W key. Otherwise we'll lose him. Static scratch marks. Just gotta hook and leave. So we're gonna try and pound gens right now. Unless we can get a closer hook. No, we aren't gonna risk it. We're just gonna hook and leave. The gen has a lot of progress too, which is one of the reasons I think something sus is going on here. Doing building gen too? They're not. Tap and back. Lots of distance. Well, it might be the sus one, guys. Again. She's running very fast. BT's up. That dead hard? No. Yeah. DS now if he has it. Pretty sure we got ourselves a cheater lobby here. I don't know who it is. I think it's the Claude. I think they're just going to do another gen. Or another, yeah, another gen other than the primary. One on the hill, yep. We're going to push for unhook. Trying to split gens. Force an unhook here. Tap, and... Fuck. That should have hit just now. Turn tap. Maybe it's the Fang that's cheating. Lots of distance. Okay. Features up. Hey, buddy. Your turn. We go for... Nope. Auto dead hard. Other guy's on the gen in front of us, and she's hurt, so we're just gonna go for slug. For 4K. Yep. And risk an unbreakable here. This is gonna happen. It's probably gonna be on the David. Lots of distance again. Huh. Pretty sure the Fang and the Cloud are cheating. Yeah, and there's unbreakable. Oh. Okay. And she's gonna go pick up on the David now. There's pick up on the David. Okay, we'll go for David now. Might be another unbreakable here, we'll wait and see. Jesus Christ. I'm not talking about, there's obviously exhaustion perks. I don't care about exhaustion perks, that's not a problem. I know what exhaustion perks are. That's not what I'm pointing out. I'm pointing out the distance that they gain and the amount of time it takes me to catch up to a W key across the entire map. Hopefully! Unless they're trying to sacrifice their friends. And based on this game, guys, we might just bleed one out. That's what we do when we be really sweaty. We'll bleed out the Clod so they don't get a chance at RNG hatch. Both these guys were very fast in W keys. That guy also went from up top over there to the back gen, and then the other Cloud was over there across the map, too. It was really weird. When we had the David on the hook in the front here, and there's a gen in the back that was being worked on, and there's a gen up top that's being worked on. But then the Cloud popped the gen across the map. So we're going to bleed out for 4K. Which is this? This is the Fang? Third down. We have to figure this out for, timers. I think she's in a dead spot right here. I mean, I don't care if I actually just bleed her out completely. It's fine. Yep. Happy Sun Mun, by the way, guys. Happy Sun Mun. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Both of those guys, I know there's balanced landing on the Cloud. Both those guys look like they got a significant amount of distance, putting aside their exhaustion perks. I always include exhaustion perks when I think people are moving too fast. I don't think she has boil over. Well, we've never actually picked her up, have we? Well, we'll pick her up, and if she has boil over, we'll just drop her again. Probably why she's right here, right? And we'll still probably get a 4K regardless, unless the game gives the hatch all the way to the Clod. Nope. Too late to go over there. Oh, bow. It takes a certain amount of time for her to kill herself, too, so if I hook her right now, we're just going to be extra safe so there's no 4%. Good. Good, good, good. I can feel the rage. I know it's coming from somewhere right now. Oh, maybe we'll have a spicy endgame chat here, guys. Just hang on. Yeah. And we have DS, DH, BT, secondary meta, adrenalines, deliverance, unbreakable. Irons, adrenalines, irons, and a styptic. And that was on her Feng. So the Feng had deliverance. If we hooked the Feng and walked away, she could have deliverance and hid. Yeah. And if we close the hatch, our friend here could have got adrenaline, which I wouldn't have done anyways, but safe bet, guys. You can literally play out the end of the game. So when killers do really stupid shit and then they lose kills in a scenario like that, there's usually stuff you can do to prevent it. But most people don't do it. Why? I guess because you don't want to be a bad killer, right? By 4K. 4K bad. So there was balance, and pretty sure the Feng dead-hearted there, so let's see. And Claudette was definitely very fast. Is our top guy. Lit out. No, we never confirmed it. But it was very fast. We missed that was the first indication of that was where we missed that window hit. Where she made that window vault at the beginning of the game when she went off the gen to the jungle gym. When we had the David over there on the side. Yeah. Gen's also seemed very fast. I guess it was the brown it was the brown toolbox. Gen seemed fast, but I guess it was the brown toolbox. Was there even a prove thyself in this game? No. I don't see one. It was a brown toolbox, guys. Got me good. Windows. That didn't matter. We didn't really chase Feng. Okay. Good stuff, guys. All right. That's a good place to end things tonight, guys. We had a lot of sus games. It's Sun Mun. Sun Mun generally has more cheaters out of any day of the week, and that has a lot to do with the work week start getting, most people being in bed. Casual generally aren't up, and we're in degenerate hours anyway. So, yeah, we had a lot of cheaters tonight, guys. We did a little shenanigans to kind of throw them off, and we got some better games after I VPN to a different area, and as such, things went better. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. We had some pretty good games, too. If you are new to the stream and you enjoy things, reach the follow button in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends on what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Just got back from a camping trip, took 2 days off. That'll happen, and I still streamed today. Had like 3 cups of coffee, and here I am. So, still not on top of things. According to KSA, I'm rusty right now, and that's why I miss all my whips on people. We had a game earlier with people that literally quake dodge. They went like this. Like, there's no turn. They just went boop to the side. They were literally quake dodging to the side of my whip. Yeah. So, Yeah, that was in the chapel map, if you guys are curious about that. And I talked about that on stream, and then they got relatively normal. It was really weird, because we had people that are quake dodging and doing all this stupid shit, and they're running super fast. And I started talking about it on stream, and then they kind of turned out to be normal players later on in the match. It was kind of weird. Those guys were doing quake dodges. There's like half the lobby was doing quake dodges, and then just all of a sudden they couldn't dodge whips anymore. It was very weird. It was almost like they knew I was talking about it, but, you know, whatever. We still report people if they look sus, and it's up to BHVR to figure out whether or not they're cheating or not later on, assumedly they observe them and they look at the number of reports people are receiving. Which is why I don't mind reporting people, guys. You're not judge, jury, and executioner. It is up to BHVR to validate what you report and to look to see whether or not, assumedly with like Observer or something like that, see what happens in the games and if the player is actually cheating or not. So that's why I always leave it there, guys. I don't go back through the fucking replays, and well, sometimes we do, but generally don't go back through the replays and like look stuff over and look at the little nuances and sit here and have a debate with chat, because at the end of the day it doesn't matter. It's not my job, right? So at the end of the day I just report people that look suspicious, and BHVR figures out whether or not they're cheating or not. And that's just the way it is. And I don't go further than that. I used to, back in my H1Z1 days. I don't do that anymore. It takes way too much time. It's boring, it's unfun, and honestly, you're never going to convince everyone that they're cheating or not. Because at the end of the day, it's subjective, so that's just the way it is. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. It was a blast. We got a back-to-back stream, or a back to streaming stream? Back from camping stream. It's not really a back-to-back stream. Back to camping stream. Back from camping, almost 5 hours on the norm. But good. Alrighty, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, guys, and I hope you have a wonderful Sunday night and a good start to your work week. Have a good Monday, guys.